Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Children of Primus's Frenzy Freestyle Sundays. It is May 22nd, and for the first half of the show, I'm going to be running solo as it is the holiday weekend, so everyone's just kind of scattered everywhere, and it has been one of those weeks where, you work hard and you're kind of worn out at the end of the week, so everyone's just taking it easy. Plus, we also had a storm yesterday, which has kind of scattered some of our members for this Sunday. But while we await for everyone to come in, I'm just gonna briefly go over some of the news that we've come across this week. So one of our first items, Fans Hobby, Power Master Dreadwing, Master Force Godmaster Buster prototype. And this was provided by Cybertron.com. And it's a third-party Fans Hobby have posted up images of their new MB23G1 Power Master Dreadwing with / Master Force Godmaster Buster. So for anyone who is not familiar with the character Dreadwing, he is one of the later G1 characters around the time of the Power Master, Headmasters, and Target Masters. Not in the cartoon, but I believe in the Japan series, but was in the G1 comic series. And we also have Shattered Glass Ultra Magnus in Box Gallery, where there's a photo gallery of the upcoming Shattered Glass Ultra Magnus in and out of the package. So this was provided by Allspark. And then we also have Legacy Walmart Velocitron Override video review, which is provided by Allspark. And this is a Walmart exclusive. So here's a screenshot of the upcoming character.
Evening.
Hey,
mate.
Hey. How you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm well.
Nice.
We're recovering from a bachelor party last night.
It was a Fear or Courage. He was at a wedding yesterday. So it was actually, I believe, in Buffalo. So he's kind of recovering, traveling back, and then also dealing with a borderline tornado that we had yesterday within the city.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was a pretty strong winds. I'd say about 11 a.m., 11:30. Everyone got the text messages that a severe storm was coming in, and by like noon, 1 o'clock, the sky turned black, and just like everyone experienced the storm. So, like I know anyone further north in the city, a lot of damages were had occurred. But for him, his power has still been out since yesterday.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so he may not be joining us tonight. Just coming back from traveling and then coming home to like no power at all.
Right. Yeah, I'm, Southern Indiana, where we get tornadoes and stuff here all the time. We're those crazy people that stand out on our front porch until it starts sucking shit out.
You know what? I kind of get it though, because I mean, as soon as I saw the alert, I actually went. I cut the front yard of the grass, and I was finished maybe about a minute before the storm came down, and then we're just kind of standing there watching it from the side of the house where it's like it wasn't raining. 'Cause storms are fascinating, as dangerous as they are.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a Professor D who's watching. So Spin's doing great, holding it down solo. The streets are watching, and he also says waiting to see an episode featuring Bill and Spin together. This is that episode.
This is that episode.
Yes.
And, I got a box today, and D, he's here.
Nice.
Still sealed. I'm not gonna open him until we do our trade.
Nice. Well, hopefully D can join in and tell us his thoughts on it. Oh, that's funny. So Professor D says, been waiting. It's two Magnuses, i.e. Magni. Because funny enough, back in the day, like my nickname was also Ultra Magnus, or we just call me Magnus. Since I kind of had the second in command of the group that we were working in. Well, and D says, dope, can't wait to do the open trade this summer.
Yes, sir.
So I think in the last couple of shows, we forgot to mention that we are going to be at the Toronto Transformer TFCon, which is July 8th, 9th, and 10th in Mississauga, just borderline Toronto, Ontario. And then I know we're also planning to do the Chicago TFCon. So
yeah, I'm gonna be at the Chicago one.
Nice. Yeah, so for sure I'm gonna try to come down for that one as well. So
you're up in Toronto?
Sorry?
Whereabouts are you from up in Canada?
I'm in Toronto.
You are in Toronto. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just a little bit east of Toronto. Fear of Courage, he's a bit further east than myself, and then Mike, he's a bit north from the city. Whereas D was also from Toronto as well, but now lives on your side of the border.
Yeah, he's in Michigan, right?
Actually, Michigan, or I forgot where he is. And when is a Chicago TFCon? I believe it's October.
Yeah, it's a week before my Halloween party, so it's early 20th of October.
Cool. As Prime Time from YouTube is asking. So, do you have any other reveals for this week?
Of news that I picked up, yeah, I got a great big box in.
Oh, nice.
It's back there. Nothing spectacular, but I thought it was kind of cool that That one came in, and that one.
Nice. Both versions of the blaster. Nice.
Yeah, from two different companies, and they arrived on the same day. But you know me, I got buy them in twos.
Why not? So I asked a question: would you be opening them to compare between the two versions of blaster?
I'll save that one for D. That's actually for D.
Okay.
He's got the one that I want, which is the metallic version.
Right.
And he actually wanted this one, and so I said, "Well, I'll buy that one, and then we'll just trade because they're the same price."
Cool. That's very cool. And I noticed you had the Perceptors.
Yeah, and I got another one of these. This is Reflector.
Ooh, that's an interesting version. Which one is that?
The Gen Select.
Okay.
Or Siege. I'm sorry, this is Siege.
Now, is that all three of them or just one of them?
No, it's all three of them, and they're in the original colors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I got Lift Ticket. This is the Gen Select one.
Nice. Okay.
And where's my NIF? We can reveal him right now.
Nice. Yeah, I like how that looks.
Man, I've been doing some epoxy work up here today, and my God, it's strong.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
I said I've been doing some epoxy work up here today, and the fumes are strong in this room right now.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, I've dealt with epoxy as well. It's like you don't want to be smelling that for too long.
I'm doing a Megatron rebuild.
Ooh, I see some original G1 parts there as well.
That's what it is.
Nice.
It's pieces that I've had in boxes from buying other pieces so that I could rebuild some of my other G1s. And I've got enough parts to put a Megatron together.
Nice. Yeah, I saw First Aid and Hotspot also. They're looking to get repaired as well.
No, that was actually G1 Ratchet.
Oh, okay. The blue one.
No, the white one.
Oh. Well, on the shelf, I noticed the blue character, but I mean, Ratchet is he's been needing repair since they designed him.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is Hotspot. He's just, I mean, he's blown apart.
Yep.
Ladder's broken. I don't know if he'll survive. There's a buzzsaw. I mean, a laser beak with no head, and extra set of Skywarp wings.
Wow.
I have no idea what this is.
Wait, let's see. Yeah, it almost seems more like a Bayverse character.
Right. But it was in this box of parts, so.
Oh. Well, Professor D says, primetime Bill, and that when he will see you at TFCon. And then Primetime also mentioned he just picked up Legacy Rodimus Prime and Iguanus.
Nice. You will not be disappointed with that Rodimus Prime. I'm very happy with him.
Nice.
He's a very solid character. The watch a few of the tricks on YouTube. A lot of people have a lot of problems getting this trailer to tab closed.
Okay.
I don't remember the left to the right, whatever it is, but there are 2 or 3 videos that tell you have to fold things a certain way whenever it folds down. Otherwise, it puts pressure on it and it keeps the seam open.
Interesting.
And it's just a matter of turning one thing left instead of turning it right.
And you know what? I mean, me being old school, it's like I'm more used to the G1 characters, whereas like, you know, fiddling around with the recent studio series Slug. I can now understand how everyone has you know, you almost have to watch videos or get extra help in terms of the transformation, because there'll be like 1 or 2 steps that either the instructions don't explain or just how the character's design. You eyeball it thinking it has to go one way, but it doesn't go that direction.
The biggest piece, or the biggest instruction faux pas, was HasLab Unicron. You don't know how many people broke him.
Wow.
And that's following the directions. Because this great big piece in the back, this big stand, where it tabs in when he's in planet mode, there's this little door. And I've got the book right here. Here's page 1, page 2, no directions, no nothing. Page 3 is just the parts diagram. Page 4 is how to put the stand together. And if you notice this direction right here, it just says drop it on there.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. Like no specifics whatsoever.
When you get to the next page, he's already on the stand. Okay.
Wow.
Well, that door, there's like 15 steps to get that door out of the way.
Wow, really?
And if you the door, when you open it up, it kind of hangs down, and you're like, oh, okay, it just slides up past there. And you know how with most of these newer pieces are all plastic, and so you're just like, well, I just got to put a little more pressure on it, and it'll go past it. No, if you put a little more pressure on it, you snap that door off.
Wow.
You have to completely separate the bottom shell, open it up, fold 2 or 3 tabs back, and then fold the door completely inside and behind it, and then snap it all back together, and then he'll fall down on there, and there is no directions for it.
That's crazy. And I'm wondering what in terms of the company dealing with these breaking issues, what is what's their stand on it? Understanding that that the majority of people are probably going to break that part.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Like I said, whenever I bought mine after the fact, because I actually got back into it hard and heavy after the Kickstarter was over. And there was a guy on Transformers Liberated who actually got 2 of them.
Okay.
And I just happened to be on when he was like, look, I just want to get my money back plus a little bit. I'm going to sell them for $900. At this time, he was going for about $1,400. And I was the first one to say, I want it. And then when we found out we were only like an hour and a half away, I drove up to him, so I didn't have to pay shipping.
Right. Okay.
And he lives up in Greene County, Indiana, just a little bit north of here.
Okay.
And so I drove up and picked him up there. And whenever I picked him up, he told me, he said, now, before you transform him, go to YouTube and find a video for mounting HasLab Unicron to the stand, because the directions are wrong.
Wow. Okay. Well, let me quickly get through the comments here, because a lot of comments are going exactly to what you're speaking on. So Professor D on YouTube says, I never saw the Generation Select reflector packaging. Looks very cool. And Primetime says, anyone new, if anyone is getting rid of the power of the Prime Predaking. And then Professor D says my metallic KFC transistor has only been transformed once or twice. Is complete, of course, and I have the box somewhere and all the packaging. So basically, a mint in box trade. Primetime says I'm going to Chicago, my first TFCon. That's very cool. So we'll all meet up. Once you go to one, it's like you want to go to the other ones. Like it's very cool and fun to just meet up with everyone. Professor D has said a comment to you where that your phone is chipping a bit when you're close to it and talk further away from the phone, or possibly getting a mic or a Bluetooth headset for the future shows.
Well, hopefully before long, I'm going to have the internet set up, and I'll be broadcasting from there.
Nice. Okay. No, Charles Oliver, welcome, Charles, from YouTube, says he loves how detailed Bill is with the descriptions of transformations.
Charles is actually a friend of mine. I sent him a link to join us tonight.
Nice. Very cool. Professor D says, yes, ditto to Charles as well.
Yeah, Charles has been in this room.
Okay. Nice. And Primetime says he or she is looking for the power of Prime's Predaking. So if anyone has any news or info on that version of Predaking, let us know in the comments section.
Is it okay to prompt other sales places?
Yes, it's fine.
It works. Okay. Primetime, there is a Facebook group called Transformers Liberated, and just this week alone, there were 2 of those Power of the Prime's Predakings for sale on there.
Okay, let me just type that up.
Because I looked at it, I've got the Jim Bal oversized ones, and I looked at the Power of the Prime one that was on there, and they're really similar, but I like this one mainly because the wings are separate. The wings for Dive Bomb are actual separate wing pieces.
Okay. Well, separate as in, because I mean, with the original, the wings separate from Dive Bomb to go to form Predaking.
Right. But what I'm saying is the wings are actual separate pieces.
Got it. Oh, very cool.
Yeah, this guy's a beast. Oh, I gotta clear some space. I was working on lights again today, so I've got lights laid out everywhere.
Oh, Charles says, Bill has an amazing collection. He knows his stuff. I got flashbacks to my childhood visiting his collection.
That's so.
And Primetime it says, thanks. Ooh, that is an impressive Predaking.
And he's just about 3/4 of an inch shorter than Studio Cell Unicron.
Okay, yeah, that's a very impressive Unicron. I think it was just last week or the week before. We were talking on, or I mentioned how a lot of the companies just seem to focus on the earlier versions of combiners, where there's like multiple versions of Devastator, Superion, and Minosaur, but Predaking, Bruticus, Abominus, and Computron just seem to be left out of the loop in most cases, and a lot of people would want those characters, including Piranacon. because I mean he's one of the later G1 characters that a lot of people aren't familiar with, but he's an impressive character, just like Predaking is.
Correct. Yeah, I like the Piranacon. I don't know. I guess that probably was about the time in my childhood whenever I was not interested in Transformers anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Was when he came out. I remember him, but it wasn't until I got back in that I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember hearing about this one." And he is a very impressive. He was back in that day. He was probably the best looking of the combiner.
Yeah, that's a like just his overall look. His overall look was the reason why I bought him back then. And I agree with you. Where by the time he came out as the toy, which was the later Power Master, Headmaster, Target Master years, and like when Power Master Prime came out, by then you're slowly getting out of Transformers, or you're not as much into it because it's like we're a bit older teens and so forth. But just the look of the toys, and in his combined mode, like he was very impressive. Like you almost seem more like if Predaking seemed mean, Piranacon was just a deadlier version of Predaking.
Oh, okay. I got you. What was that? Professor D. How much were the Power of the Prime Predakings? I honestly don't remember. I just saw it in glancing, and I just looked at the picture, and I was like, I'm happy with what I got. Oh, it's these ties. Yuck. Where's my separators?
Well, going to oh, okay. I was gonna say going to Charles's comment in terms of your impressive collection. I mean, the one cool thing with being within all the different groups is seeing everyone's different collections, and including yours. Whereas like starting our own collection from years ago, you're only limited to like knowing your collection, and maybe if one and then possibly two other friends may have had some form of collection. But now seeing like the hundreds of different photos of people who've also built their own rooms, glass cases, displays, and it's just like collections of like that they've acquired over the years. Like it's very impressive to see.
Yeah, I follow a guy on TikTok, and his room is wicked. I can't think of what his name is right now. I just know what his moniker looks like. It's just an arm flexed up like this.
Okay.
And his room is all glass, kind of like Professor D's display, where you can see front and backs. But they're great big wide cabinets. It's like if my Billies were solid glass on all four sides.
Got it.
And then he's got them back to back, and his collection is like 99% MPs, and it's beautiful.
Nice.
All right, cool. Yeah, I like this guy. He's solid. He's got some weight to him. This is the Gen Select list ticket.
Nice, very cool. Yeah, like you can tell like there's a like quality put into him. Professor D said there's basically only one MP scaled Computron set, and it's by Orbitron. It is good, I have it, but it is old and needs an updated mold. Cool. Primetime says that he also has lift ticket as well.
Yeah, these were, again, this Big Bad Toy Store is my go-to. So I had them all ordered from there.
Cool.
And I got an email that I had 7 things sitting in their store, and I was like, oh, well, then send them. It saves on the shipping because they just charge you $4 shipping. So, D, are you going to join us tonight, or are you just going to be typing tonight?
I'm going to say, while you're transforming your character there, I'm going to quickly go over some more of the news.
Okay.
And I think I need to change my headphones because I think I'm not able to hear you for a brief moment there. Oh, there you go. I think I can hear you now.
Oh, was you not able to?
Yeah, my headphones cut out just for a moment. Okay, so let me jump back into comments. So Primetime says, I'm waiting for Black Zorak from Big Bag Toy Store this week. And Dia mentioned you my comment about Predaking. Maybe I missed it. No, you did actually. No, you had mentioned Computron, but you didn't mention Predaking. Or actually, let me double check. Let's see. Yeah, Bill read the Predaking comment. Recommending the KO over the power of the primes over the original, and personally the KO Pharrell Rex as well.
Yeah, that Feral Rex is nice. I like it too.
Cool. Bill says, sorry, D mentioned that he's not able to jump in the show this evening, but it says it falls on you to give the other guys a hard time when they show up since I'm not here. So it'll be on you to do the murder prime for this evening.
I have the murder button.
Nice.
We'll have to print one of those.
An authentic murder prime button for the stream.
We'll send it to everybody whenever we just hit it. No.
Yep.
All right, so there we go.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, I forgot the little cone. Yes. Here. Yeah, I really liked the Trailbreaker hoist and lift tickets of this series. I mean, they're good. They're solid.
Well, I know there was another version of Trailbreaker that's been mentioned. Let me see if I can find the news on him.
So other than just power out, fear and courage is good though.
He's good.
No house destruction, no nothing.
Well, you mentioned possible water damage, but he's still looking into it.
Yeah, if you remember, that's what slowed me down when I got into this place was the tree falling on our house.
Yeah, I remember that, and I would say you're very lucky because a lot of people have been injured and killed from falling trees from yesterday's storm.
Wow, where are you gonna go? Oh, I did pick up another. There was a guy on Liberated that had a bunch of the new WFCs for sale, and I picked up another Trailbreaker and the Prowl that came from the Prowl Ironhide 2-pack and another Sunstreaker for $40 plus shipping, so $55. And I mean that Prowl is awesome.
Nice. Oh yeah, I like how that Prowl looks.
And one of his rockets, after he mailed it, he sent me another message and said, "Dude, I found one of the rockets on the ground. It's being mailed today." So one of his rockets fell off whenever he was packaging him up, and he didn't notice it. And honest guy that he is, he's sending it in.
That's very cool. So Primetime is asking how big is your collection?
My collection, Mr. Mac or Primetime, is 1,600 bots. It's a complete 30 by 30 room. Here I can just kind of get over to this one corner and I'll. And I'll walk down to the other corner here. And then there's these two sections in the middle. Overflows, which are fairly deep.
Very cool. And it's still a work in progress.
Yes.
Very cool.
And it's my collection is a mix-up. I buy what I like. So I've got some MP, I've got some third party, I've got a lot of G1s, I've got almost everything that's been printed in WFC.
Nice. And I mean, really, it's in terms of collecting it, it's what you like and what you're what you're into. Because like I'll see some comments in some of the groups where people just start hating on certain collections or just being negative on certain things, and really it's what the person likes. Like, if that's what you're into, that's no one else should dictate what someone collects in their collection.
That's one of the big things that we usually harp on Liberated is somebody will go, "Hey, I saw this for this price. Is it worth it?" And it's like, is it to you? To you, exactly. Is it worth that? That's what it comes to.
Exactly.
If it was, if there was no way for me to have gotten a MP Ultra Magnus, my favorite Autobot, then yeah, to me he would have been worth whatever I could have found the price for.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on what do you like.
Yep.
What is the value of it to you? It doesn't matter because there might be people that don't like the WFC guys. And I think I've got almost every one of them. To me, they were worth it.
Exactly.
Somebody else, oh no, it's all cheap plastic. I'd much rather have the third party. Well, I've got some third party too, but I don't have every one of them.
Right. And then it's just going through all the different groups. I started understanding where it's like there's that difference in terms of why someone's collecting. And it's like, are they collecting just for the sake of either showing off that they have a bigger collection, collecting that eventually they'll resell it, or are they collecting to to fulfill like that childhood the child in them of having that character when they were a kid. Whereas like at that point it's like, well, how much would you sell this character for? I don't really have a sale value to it because the value is not monetary. It's just that I like this character for what it is, or for getting it from that time frame.
Yeah, there are only a few pieces that now my collection is not for sale, but I'm not a fool either. If somebody came in and was like, "Hey, man, I give you $500,000 for your collection," we're going to talk about that.
Right.
I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I do, but that's why I buy in 2s and 3s, so that when I do fall in love with a character, I'm not locked into, man, I can't get rid of this one.
Right. Let me catch back up on the comments again. So Professor D on YouTube was asking, was Hoyce a wrecker? If so, was he read in that? Asking because Bill's figure says wrecker.
That I don't know, because I don't know. Like I said, I never read the comics.
Mm-hmm.
And my only experience with the Autobot wreckers was the little bit that I saw in the cartoon Prime.
Right.
Where Bulkhead was like, "This is Wheeljack. He was a wrecker with me," and so it goes on like that. So I really don't have the answer to that. I don't know if you all call them this in Canada or not, but tow trucks are called wreckers here.
I was just going to mention that, like a few people make the reference of tow trucks being wreckers.
Yeah. And that's why I think he says wrecker on the side, because that's what he is a tow truck.
Right. Yeah, I know in terms of exactly like yourself. Only because I follow more of the original storyline. Wreckers came later on, and I believe there's different iterations of them, where in a sense wreckers are a crew that certain characters will come in and out of them, where from what I've known, Magnus, I think Springer, let's see, Hoist, a few others were within wreckers, and then sometimes one character will leave in a storyline and another one will join in. I believe like Roadbuster, one of the deluxe Autobots, was also classified as a wrecker in one of the comic series.
Well, I know on the Liberated page, a lot of people refer to Top Spin and Twin Twist, the jump starters, as wreckers. Right.
Yeah, so those that I know if Fear or Courage was here, he could give us a bit more of a rundown, because he knows more of the comic book details in terms of which characters were our wreckers, and jumped in and out of him. I believe I mentioned Springer was also classified as a wrecker as well, and then in Prime, Wheeljack was a wrecker. Which, funny enough, I prefer that version of Wheeljack than the cartoon one that we grew up with.
The mad scientist.
Yes.
Or I prefer to him as the absent-minded professor.
I mean, both of them are cool. It was just interesting seeing like here's a character of Wheeljack, where it's like you don't mess around with this character, same as Magnus. Like you don't mess around with these two characters. Whereas like, in the other iterations, it's like they're okay, but they're not they're not as tough as they projected to be. Okay, so Primetime from YouTube says Hoist was not a wrecker. Wreckers were Springer, Impactor, Roadbuster, Sandstorm, Topside, Twin Twist, and Topspin. And it also said Whirl was a wrecker as well. So it's interesting, the two Autobot characters that were never involved in the cartoon, that existed as toys growing up, that they were able to pull them into the storylines.
Yep, Whirl was one that I always wanted. A buddy of mine had him, so we didn't really worry about looking for it when I was a kid.
That's cool.
But I always liked Whirl.
Yeah, Whirl was a cool looking character. I liked Roadbuster more, although I didn't know anyone to have either one of them.
Oh, wait. I've got one in here that I don't know who is.
Uh-oh, here we go.
It was in that box of parts. He's not complete, but he's some sort of a helicopter, kind of like Blackout. Some sort of like a big military helicopter. I'm guessing that's what he kind of looks like on the front end of it.
Okay.
But just messing around with it, I got it transformed into robot form. That's this guy. So he's got like that helicopter front end on him with the gas port. But he's missing a lot of pieces because he does not look. He looks like the front half of a helicopter. So I have no idea how to even look him up.
Yeah, I don't know what character that is. Well, I'm guessing someone in the comments section is possibly going to know. Where Primetime's Wreck and Ruin were wreckers as well. So I mean, a lot of those are the newer characters that, from like comic books or newer variations that I'm also not familiar with. And let's so I know the comments are going really crazy today. So Professor D says Bill's room is looking great.
Thank you.
And Primetime says mine is not that big. I'm at about 500. So 500 robots. And which D then replies that Primetime 500 ain't small, mostly mainline. Are you an MP guy like me? Which he then replied, no mainline. And Primetime's mentioning, I'm wanting the new Thunderclash. He's my favorite robot. And D also replies, Bill, your collection will be worth 500 grand once you sign all the boxes and you become famous on Children of Primus. Well, it's funny in terms of counting characters. I think one time one of the things months ago, we were saying like how many Autobots and how many Decepticons, existed in G1 or in total. And at times you forget how many characters do exist when you start thinking of combiners or headmasters and target masters. Whereas between most of the combiners, you're already close to 100 characters, not including all the other characters that exist. Because say you take like all the Scramble City characters of of like Defensor or Superion, like that's 10 characters right there. And then if you count the combined form, then that's 12 characters. And then just keep doing that for all the different combiners. Like that's already a large number, and then you get all the mini bots, the cassettes, and everything, and it does start to add up.
Right. Each target master, each headmaster, the grand headmasters, the Fortress Maximus, which is actually 2 headmasters.
Mm-hmm.
The head is a headmaster, and then I never understood how that worked, but okay.
For the longest time, I was like, wait a second, okay, well, you've got Fortress Maximus. His head transforms into Cerebros. His head transforms into Galen or Spike, depending on the storyline. But then when you've got Scorponok, he only has the one head transformation. I'm like, something's not right with the ratio here, because that one
Derek ain't sharing his shit with nobody. to quote from Doctor Strange, Zarek has to hold the knife. That's it.
Yep.
And that's right here.
Ooh, nice.
And then I've got Black Ray Orchies over there in the box still yet too.
Okay.
I'll probably do a side-by-side in one of these boxes or in one of these bays whenever I figure out exactly where everybody's going to go, because they're all going to come out for me to put new lights in everything.
Right.
And, this was just to get everything out of the box. This is by no means the way it's going to be.
And that's the summer project. That's going to take some time to go through everything.
Oh, it'll probably take years for me to finally be able to sit back and go, now this is the room. This is the room. Buy my casket. I'm done. It's.
And of course, within those years of getting the room, that right level of perfection, there's going to be all sorts of other characters that are going to be coming out that you're going to want to add to the room.
Oh, constantly.
Right.
Constantly. Especially once I get my airbrush set up, and I can start terrorizing all of these. There's 9 of each one of those.
Wow.
Yeah, I found those Star Screams on sale.
Mm-hmm.
I got them for $6 a piece. And so I got 9 of each one of them, and I'm going to customize my own race of Seekers.
$6 a piece. Like we can't. That just doesn't happen on this side of the border.
Because they don't have what do you call that? Clearance aisles?
They do, but it's sometimes the clearance, it's still, considering the price conversion, and then whether or not we still have the characters to end up in the clearance aisles. Cause a lot of times either we just don't get certain characters. The one challenge I wanted to start a couple weeks ago, and it just haven't had time to really push it yet between the different groups, is taking pictures of like your Walmart aisle, at just any random time, and certain times, like, we either don't get the characters or it's so limited that there wouldn't be a chance for it to go to the clearance aisle. Because just getting Slug, he was the last one in the shelf that when I got him, and we just happened to pass by another Walmart, and there was just one there.
So we haven't even seen Slug yet. Oh no, Sludge. I'm thinking Sludge.
Right.
We haven't seen Sludge yet.
Really?
The Brontosaurus one?
Let me
The,
see
the, the
which.
new one that's come out.
Oh, right, yeah,
The one that used to be Slag is who
yes,
you're talking about, right?
yes.
Yeah, we've got he's going to be hitting the clearance racks here soon. Every Walmart I go into's got 6 of them on the shelf.
That's crazy. Like there's like just yeah, as I was mentioning, there was only like one in each store. So we don't get a chance for them to go in clearance.
See, like, can I get the camera over there? I got all my lights sitting on the floor. The 3-pack right there, those guys,
Yep.
that's what got me back in. I paid $12 for those
Nice.
because they were on clearance, and I was like, dude, look at this. What are they? Because I didn't even know who the Storm Seekers were. And I was like, what are these green, blue, and yellow? What the heck is this? And I look at it, and I was like, oh, wow. And I turned the box over, and they're the Tetra Jets. And I was like, oh, my God, they made the Tetras? And that's really what kick-started me back into it.
Mm-hmm.
But those were probably one of my biggest bargains that I found. And I'm just looking at boxes. Was it he and Ollie's fund? I know I got one of the Optimus Primes I found at Ollie's.
Okay.
He was $10. Hotspot, or not Hotspot, Hotlink. Hotlink.
I don't know which character Hotlink is.
Hotlink was this guy right here. Nope, that's a Sparkless. Can you? There's too much glare on it. He's basically Skywarp's colors, but Skywarp was only in that limited print.
Got it.
Skywarp was only in this one.
Okay.
And so they printed a guy named Hotlink, which was another black and purple jet.
Okay, got it.
And here they are. I'll do a side by side of them. Let me bring them over here where the light is. Get this chair out of the way. And so this one is Hotlink.
Okay.
And this one is Skyward.
Damn, almost like Hotlink's color schemes over Skywarp.
Yeah. And that's the Tetra version. And I'll show you the difference of them in the Tetra versions. Back you up. So here is Hotlink Tetris.
Nice.
And Skyward.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, I really like how the color scheme for Hotlink over Skywarp.
Bite your tongue. Where's that button? We'll try. What does that do for this? Okay, yeah, he's not nearly as shiny now. I put a new light in here, and it's got different settings on it.
Got it. Nice. Oh, Professor, said a few minutes ago, I honestly have no clue how many figures are in my collection or the dollar value, even ballpark, of what it's worth. My plan is to get Anthony to help me catalog the whole thing. Nerd. Which I know
Well,
Dee and I have had a conversation between a Transformers geek and a Transformers nerd. So I know we're going to go more in depth in that in the coming weeks. And Dee says, I'm pretty sure the sweeps are headed for clearance. I bought 3 at $30 each. I'm hoping Rekgar will, so I can army build and customize. Got 2 so far. And he also mentioned the Turquoise Seeker clone from the first 3 episodes is the rarest Seeker recolor. That's what we should make. Hotlink is rare, but there are a few more options of him.
the Turquoise Seeker. Oh, from the cartoon, the one that just kept coming up miscolored.
Yes.
Somebody actually made him.
Let's see. That's one we should make. But I believe Anthony had mentioned. I remember some episodes ago in terms of that one Seeker that just popped up the odd time, which was the Turquoise Seeker.
I mean, are we sure that wasn't the Storm Seeker? No, there's a. Well, I guess he's more royal blue.
Yeah, 'cause that one's royal blue. There's one that is turquoise. I believe it may have been even the first episode where you see him in the background, either on Cybertron or on Earth. So I do recall that Seeker, but that's like the only time you see reference of that one.
And that will be a airbrushed one.
Yes. Well, Primetime has a question for you. Magnus, do you have Titans returned Metal Hawk and Nautica?
No, I do not. Not that I know of, anyway. I bought a bunch of stuff when I got back in, but they were mainly these little guys up here. But I know the names of all of them, and those names don't sound familiar to me.
Ooh, I could almost name all those characters.
Yeah.
So between let's see.
Oh, and this was something new because I did my my upgrade kit on Grimlock today. So this is the wheelie. This is the wheelie that comes with the Grimlock upgrade. He's actually transformable.
Okay.
That's the DNA Designs DK24.
I know that wheelie does look better than the original.
It's pretty cool. The wheels don't turn, which is the only bad thing.
Oh.
Yeah. It's still just a hunk of plastic, but at least it's movable, it's transformable, and it's not just locked into one position to sit on one of them's back.
Right. Oh, Professor D has said, I'm doing a great job at falling behind on the comments and missing a few. Well, thank you. I know it's one of the shows where everyone's actually been jumping in. Has been jumping in more than other shows. So I am trying to keep up.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to go get a battery. Well, I guess streaming eats the hell out of these things.
Yes, I know that's I found for certain stream platforms, every platform has a different effect depending on what resource you're using. Like, for instance, like if you're streaming through Facebook on the phone, works perfectly fine, but then on StreamYards, the phone overheats. Like for myself, and then I find the same thing with a computer. Certain platforms, it's either the CPU can't handle it or there's no issues at all.
I know my phone gets a little warm when I'm doing this because I'm holding it most of the time. You know.
Dude, that is funny. We mentioned deleting the comment about missing comments and then posted one comment that I read right in time.
What is it?
You say he deleted the comment about missing comments after I posted it, but that was the one comment I read in time, which is ironic.
Oh, I remember what. Probably my best buy from the clearance rack.
Okay.
Oh, the lights are in the way of the door. So, that Walmart reissue Soundwave.
Yes.
I got 9 of them for $2.80 a piece.
Wait, can you say that again?
I got 9 of them for $2.80 a piece.
That's insane. I mean, I'm looking at that box and I'm like, that just reminds me of 1984 all over again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just a reprint. The only big difference, because here's one out of the box. Let me get the camera around here.
Yep.
And I've got here, we'll do a side by side. I got my original over here. I might have to turn this thing on and rotate it around.
Well, actually, Professor D says, Bill, love those retro Headmaster boxes. I have them on display as well. And D on YouTube also says, where's Oladi? We need someone to pick on. Well, he should be here shortly. And we did say he'll be here 9 o'clock.
Wait for him to come around. There he is. I'll make sure I don't create an avalanche. Don't slam. Okay, so here is G1 original. And oh gosh, I hate this reverse thing. How am I doing this? Nope, that way. There. So this is the original. This is the reprint. And the only real difference is the buttons are one button. And there are 4 separate buttons on the original.
Interesting. Plus, I could see there's a slight shade difference in the gray part of the bottom gray part of his legs, but between the original and the reprint.
Right, but you also got to remember the 20 years difference.
Right, that's true.
Listen to him crackle. But the battery pack on the back, the batteries are the guns. That's all the same.
because I have an original Soundwave as well, and he's one of those characters because of his leg design. Over the years, like he does tend to be loose standing up on the shelf.
Right. That's why I keep him in the recorder mode.
Nice. But hearing the transformation on this guy, like, it doesn't sound like he's like going anywhere once you stand him up.
Oh no, mine's pretty solid, which is amazing because I played with him a lot. He was like my 5th transformer.
Yeah, same for myself. Like he was one of my earlier ones. Yeah, like side by side, other than the buttons, everything else looks identical. Which I'm surprised they didn't do the buttons the same as the original.
I think they did that so that you could tell them apart. Actually,
Okay.
I wonder if the stamp is the same. Oh, it is. Okay, so the stamp in the back with the date. I don't know if I can get this around here where you can see it. Inside the battery packs. God
yes.
Dang this thing. It's the exact same stamp. 1974 to 1983. 1974, 1983.
Oh, that is crazy.
So I'm guessing that they did that so that because they probably used the same mold,
mm-hmm.
To make them, and they did that so that there was a difference. You know what I mean? So somebody couldn't go, "No, this is an original."
Right.
See, it says 1983 in the back of it.
Which I mean, at that point, someone could easily find the parts for an original Soundwave, take them apart, and then rebuild them with one of the reprints. But I mean, again, you could tell the difference between the two, just in terms of in terms of the transformation between the new and the older version.
What I'm saying is that there is no difference.
Well, actually, sorry, I meant in terms of how could I describe it? In terms of, I guess, the looseness or anything. I mean, unless someone had that original version in the box since '85 until now.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, those all of my friends who were Transformers fans got a Soundwave for their birthday or for Christmas that year. Oh, cool. And they're like, "Dude, you didn't have to buy me that." I'm like, "Yeah, I gave $3 for it, dude." Just because I got a good deal on it doesn't mean it's not gonna make you happy.
Yep. I still can't believe that price that you were able to get them for, though. Like, I don't think we had those here, or even for that price.
Oh, dude, they were stacked in the shelves. Like I said, I bought 9 of them.
Wow.
There were 20 of them because people were like, "I'm not paying, $40 for that."
Right.
It's cool, but it's still, we gave $16 for it back when it originally came out. I'm not paying $40 for it for nostalgia purposes.
Right.
And so they just sat there, and I watched it hit clearance one week, and then hit clearance the next week, and then hit clearance the week after that. And I was like, "I'm going to buy one." And I went to check out, and it was $2.80. And I said, "Hang on." And I went and grabbed a cart, and I went back there, and I did the scalper thing. Every one of them there, everybody, it was like being on the Oprah show, and you get a Soundwave, and you get a Soundwave, and you get a Soundwave.
That's insane. That's it. And it's like you didn't intend for it to go that way, but at that price, like why not? And I mean, I could
And
see the same thing happening for the Blasters when he came out a few years ago, where it's like the clearance. I think he was down to like about like $2 or $5 after coming out being $15 initially.
and I've got one of those right there.
Nice.
I got him right beside the reissue of Soundwave.
See, Blaster in the box. That's my 1985 birthday present.
So I see D said something there. Who were your first and favorite Transformers? I still have my first Transformers. For my birthday, they're both right here in the front. The first Transformer I ever opened up was Skywarp. And that's the one that I opened up. It knows he's missing some few pieces. He's missing his landing gear. I think I only have one of his launchers. I think the ailerons on the back are gone. And then my first Autobot, which I also got for my birthday, was right there. Mirage. There he is. And then for Christmas that same year, I got this Megatron, which is right here in the case. I have to turn this way. How to do that? There we go. You see him standing up there.
Yeah,
that's the Megatron I had as a kid, and that Optimus Prime.
Very cool.
And that we grew up fairly poor, so when we got good toys, we took really, really good care of them.
Yes, exactly.
And I had a great big wooden box. God, is it up here? I don't even know. I need to find that because I even drew pictures of Megatron, Soundwave, Skywarp, and Optimus Prime on the top of it. And it's just a plywood box that my dad helped me fasten a rope to. And I lugged that heavy son of a bitch everywhere because that's what I carried my Transformers in. Because I only had 4. And it might be out in the attic.
Okay.
I will. I'll have to dig that out. Yeah, that's what I carried all my shit in. But yeah, they were my first ones.
Cool. I think my earlier ones were Optimus and Soundwave and the Constructicons, Grimlock and Inferno. And then later on, like a few friends that were just kind of getting out of Transformers. One of our friends, he sold a majority of his, I bought a majority of his collection, which I'm trying to remember. I believe with all the Predacons, where I got from him some of the Combaticons, so I was able to get the rest from the store to complete the set. And there was a few others as well, but then I remember getting the Defensor box set, I believe in '85, and Omega Supreme that same year. So I think within '85 it was like Blaster, Defensor, Omega, and a few others. But it was just fortunate to get a handful of them, but you took care of them because like those were just like the favorite toys back then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember when I got Devastator. I got the deluxe set that had all 6 of them in one box.
Nice.
And I got that because my dad was working out of town, and then he's a construction worker. He's a carpenter. Okay. And he walked into a store somewhere and saw it, and all he knew was it was Transformers and it was construction equipment.
Very cool.
And so he bought it, and when he came home, he was like, "There's a present for you out there in the truck." And I went there and I was like, "Oh, none of my friends had him yet." Oh, I was king of the block, baby.
Nice.
I was calling up all my mates. Y'all got to come over and check us out. What we doing Saturday? We playing with Transformers in the dirt, baby.
Yep. Bringing the Transformers to the sandbox, and I grew up in a building, so I remember some of the neighbors were the kids I grew up with, and I remember for one Christmas, it was between, I believe it was the same Christmas between the Omega and Defensor. One of my other friends, he got Metroplex, and he also had the Captain Power toy set back then too.
No, I remember my cousin had Skyfire or Jetfire.
Okay.
And I don't remember if he had Starscream. He had one of the other jets, because I remember we had two jets whenever we got together.
Okay.
Because I got to use his other jet, and he was using Jetfire, and that was the aerial fight was going on.
Nice.
And a buddy around the corner from me, he had Hound, and I want to say Prowl, but man, we're talking about 35 years ago. Hell, I don't remember that shit.
Yes.
but there was only a few of us on our block that had actually had some Transformers. And then I remember Jeremy, his dad came in from overseas and brought him a red Sunstreaker. And it was a Diaclone is what it was.
Yeah.
And we were all just like, no, there's something wrong. It's not supposed to be Sideswipe's the red one.
Yeah.
That's not even a Transformer.
Little did we know back then.
As kids do, he got ribbed like crazy. You don't actually have no real Transformer. And now we all give our hind teeth to have that one.
Yep. I remember one store, going in one store with my mom, which it was kind of like a clearance store, but they had the I believe it was either the red or the yellow Devastator set, and it was kind of the same thing. Like Devastator's not supposed to be like red or yellow, and I think he was only like $10 for that box set back then. So like imagine realizing then that it's like I should have asked her to buy that one just to hold on to.
I don't remember what year it was, but it's been a while because my children were small. And Easter at Walmart, and all the other stores, you can buy the pre-made Easter basket, and some of them will have toys in them.
Okay.
And I was looking at the one with the football in it for my son, and then I looked to the one beside it, and it had the Constructicons.
Crazy.
And they were the proper color.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't in a box. They were in like a bubble wrap thing. Just a bubble around each one of the bots. Okay. All 6 of them there. But what kicked it, and it said transforming robot. It didn't say Transformers. But the picture of Devastator on the package had the Decepticon logo on it.
Interesting.
And I have no idea where it's at because I bought it. And I have looked and looked. I have no idea where I've stashed it at. And it may be at my parents' house in their attic. But
okay.
Because I was like, someday that's going to be worth money because that's a copyright infringement.
Yes. That and that's a rare item. So D
is D still with us? Yeah.
Yes. It's a ditto taking care of toys as a kid and the reason.
Where is okay? So we were talking a couple of weeks ago about the world's smallest Transformers or whatever they're called.
Yes.
So this is what I got mine in because I found another one today.
Okay.
I knew I had 3 of them, and it was red alert.
Oh, crazy.
And I said that they were just in those little sealed, but like this is how we got them. They didn't have any packaging on them other than these, and they were in those bigger, like the gumball machines. And you just you put $1 in it, and you got one.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've never come across any of those.
And there's the other 2. There's Megatron and Soundwave that I was fortunate enough to get to.
Wow.
And they just look really good with Triptychon.
Yes, like that. Like that's a perfect scale to Triptychon. And Dee was mentioning to go back and read the painting seeker's comment. Although I scanned back and I don't quite see that comment. So if you're able to retype it, I'll display it.
Yeah, as you notice, I'm not drinking bourbon tonight. We tied one pretty hard last night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta relax for tonight.
Yeah, I got work tomorrow.
Yes. Well, tomorrow's our holiday, so I'm actually getting to rest for tomorrow.
Well, what holiday?
Victoria Day.
I'm unfamiliar.
It's I don't remember the history behind it, but I believe it's related to Queen Victoria. So I just I know for us we just kind of call it like Fireworks Day.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like our 4th of July.
So yeah, somewhat. Although our Canada Day would be similar to your 4th of July. Because then it's Canada's birthday, just like with the U.S. independence. So we both have fireworks on that day. But I don't recall the significance of Victoria Day on why there's also fireworks on for that day as well.
Waiting on D. Where you at, D?
Well, I'm wondering where Mr. Oladi is.
I hope he didn't also suffer damage from the storm.
That is true. I was gonna when he jumps in, I was gonna ask him just because where he lives, being more on the northern part of the city, that part of the city is more susceptible to damages from the storms. Because within the core of the city, because of like all the buildings and other structures, it kind of diffuses a lot of the wind that comes in. But then when you get further out the city, it's like because of the lower structures. I've seen some years where the tornadoes will hit that part of the city and like just destroy an entire block of houses. But then once the wind kind of comes further in, it just kind of dissipates and it doesn't cause as much damage. So I know he's more in that danger zone of where the storms will hit.
I got you.
D is taking notes. There's about 6 unread comments on YouTube live chat from 7:46 to 7:59 p.m. Let's go back and find these comments from 7:46. Let's see. Right, forgetting he's in a different time zone because then it's 8:06 for me. So let's see. So 8:46 for myself would be So he was replying to Primetime about the theory as to why the record is on the Diaclone colored hoist from Generation Select. Which Primetime also mentioned evac, which I'm guessing is.
Oh, is that who mine is? The one that I showed that we didn't know a name?
Possibly. I mean, if Primetime is still here, hopefully he could give us give us a validation on if your character is evac.
Because I've heard that name before, and unless he was just adding something to the records, I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. So 46 and. All right, and you were mentioning that Whirl is missing from his near complete G1 collection. Right, and then I do believe I got to the other comments, but I don't see the repaint comment that he was mentioning. Well, I know the one thing everyone's been kind of jumping on this week is kind of the appearance of was it Optimus Prime in I'm trying to remember the Optimus Prime in Beast Wars. Optimus Primal. So a lot of people were saying that there is an appearance of Optimus Primal's leg in the new Chippendale movie. That's just recently come out. And I only just found out about this Chippendale movie, like, I think maybe just a few days ago. That it came out on Disney Plus, and apparently there's like cameos of all sorts of other cartoon characters over the years in this movie. So they were hinting that the Optimus Primal from the upcoming Beast Wars movie appears in the Chippendale movie. So I know that's the one thing everyone's been jumping on. I know Anthony had a whole bunch of reveals to mention from last week, so I know we'll have to definitely get onto that for next week.
Did I go dead or did you go dead?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. It just the background noise just got real quiet.
Oh, I faded. I muted just for a second. Because where I live, I'm not. Like there's train tracks kind of like down the street from where I am.
Okay.
Well, certain times, yeah, it echoes into the mic. Well, to answer your question, and then I guess to answer my own question, Victoria Day is the celebration of Queen Victoria's birthday, and it's also celebrated as official birthday of Canada's sovereign, and is also considered to be the beginning of the summer season in Canada. Your friend Charles is on YouTube is saying, yeah, it was hilarious. Cartoons were getting bootlegged.
I guess in the Chippendale movie he's talking about.
I guess so. As I now now I'm interested to see what's happening in this movie.
D, can you re-ask your question? Because I'm going to have to log out of here pretty soon about the repainting.
Yeah, hopefully he can jump in and ask. Oh, better yet, he'll come in and ask in person.
Hey!
There you are. Yeah,
you know that I'm only online.
You come in a room with a face like that, and it's like, you know, something's up.
Because Spinster knows I don't want to be on camera today, but he's forcing me to come on the show by refusing to read my comments. And this is the murder pack that's going to get you. DJ Spinister, go back to the last comment of mine that you read, and then right underneath it, there's 3 more essays that I wrote, which literally he's like, oh, I think I read all the other ones. All 3 long comments right underneath there. He's like, yeah, I don't see anything else.
No, I'm looking at them, and we got to those comments in terms of the dollar value, not having a clue. I read that one, and then the sweeps going to clearance, read that one as well, and the turquoise seeker, read that one as well.
Oh, okay. So I just missed it then when you read that.
Yeah. So in terms of I was looking for where you said repaint. I didn't see that one.
Oh no, but did you read when I suggested? First of all, I think like most of the time you're reading the comments verbatim, but sometimes you forget, and what you end up doing is like reading it to yourself and then paraphrasing what the person is saying, and then to the listener, and I'm like listening to the show. And so like it can be jarring to the listener when you're like, oh yeah, and then he says, and Primetime said, and like, so you got to like fully like read the comment before you comment on it. So that
at one point you and Primetime were just back and forth with each other. Where it was like, here's these comments, here's Primetime's comment, here's these comments, here's Primetime's comments. Totally. I get what you're saying though.
No, and I hear you. And like, there's no live stream that I've watched where anybody is able to fully keep up with the comments. Like comments go by and it only gets worse as you get a larger audience. But at the same time, like you got to keep an eye on the comments, because you notice like when you go back the way you're doing it right now, like every 15 minutes you're checking, and then you don't know what people are talking about. Like your guess was right. Like Bill's guess about evac being the Primetime's answer to the question that Bill asked, that's correct. But because you guys aren't checking the comments frequently enough, it's like you got to like guess and figure it out, so it doesn't flow with the conversation. But I know you're doing, you're doing your best, and I would do way worse if I was in your spot. But so Bill, did you hear my comment about like my suggestion for how and why we should repaint those seekers
as the turquoise ones?
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I will have to go back and look it up.
Okay, yeah, check it out. But basically, I was saying, you get that airbrush set up. I come to your house. We turn all those $6 seekers into $60 seekers, and we sell them on childrenofprimus.com, Murder Prime.
I'm a fan.
How many do you have? You got 10 of them?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of them.
Boom. So there you go. So you paid $6. So we got $60 in raw materials. We add the paint. We add the labor for the day. We turn that into $600 of product. We put it online. Simple.
I got no problem with that.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. And I don't know if you saw my comment where you mentioned you got a couple extra trail breakers.
I just got one extra one now. Yeah.
You got one extra. Okay, cool. So if you can spare that, like, let's do a trade or something. Because I have Hoist. I have, I got most of that whole trilogy, but I'm missing a few key characters. And the only characters I really need are, the art characters. And that's one of the guys I'm missing. That one and Prowl, I think maybe are the only ones I'm missing. And Prowl came in that 2-pack, so I don't expect you got extras.
I just got one with that Trailbreaker. That's
well,
I picked
isn't
up.
that serendipitous? So Charles Oliver on YouTube says, yeah, I saw that. I did see the Prowl. Oh, boom. And then there's the Trailbreaker. I saw that Prowl on your shelf there and that trashy Ironhide.
And then
I was going to say, Charles Oliver says, yes, it was hilarious. What's he referring to? What was hilarious? Anybody know?
Chip and Dale movie.
Oh,
probably,
okay, cool.
Yeah, because he was saying that they were scalping all the cartoons.
Right. And now, Charles, I hope I haven't offended you. All of a sudden, Charles has work tomorrow. He says, I got work tomorrow. See you all another time. Bill,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe your friend doesn't like me. I don't know what it is.
Oh, no.
Is it my hair?
My
hair isn't that nice?
He's fine.
I'm playing.
And yeah,
I'm playing. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, Charles. I hope you join us next week as well. Sorry, Bill. I talked over you.
Oh, you're fine. I say he gets up early like I do. So, yeah, that's why I'm going to have to sign off here pretty soon myself.
Well, we can't let you go until Orlotti tags you in.
I thought you were going to tag me in.
I suppose. I could tag you in if you got to go.
Yeah.
But Mr. Magnus, you definitely helped me.
Last night I didn't get in until 5 a.m.
All right. Well, feel free to bounce anytime. You did a great job holding down the show with Spinister. You're now an official cast member, not affiliate. You're official now.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. You all have a wonderful week. I'm gonna be out.
All right. Peace out, my G.
Take care.
Have a wonderful week as well.
All right, just the two of us, just like the good old days.
Oh, there you go. That's when the problems start.
Yeah, just no voice or reason left in the room. There's just the guy with a lot of dangerous ideas, and then the other guy who's like, "If you say so."
Yep. That's a Hannibal and BA moment right there.
If it's got to be done, it's got to be done.
It's got to be done.
I'm just a soldier. What can I do? So, you know what? As much as we've talked about, like, we got to make sure that we have, as many people at the start of the show as possible. I actually really enjoyed the beginning of the show that was just you. Like, it was actually, it's funny because you had the title as relax, as the topic is relax.
Just ironic there.
Yeah, but it was kind of just relaxing to just see you just go through the news. You're like, okay, here's what we got. And then, if you don't know this character, sort of, that sort of thing. It was cool. Like, it doesn't not work.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah. It was cool. So, yes. Guess what?
As we could do. Say.
We could. No, Redman would say, "Let the monkeys out. Show them fools what it's all about. How about? Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say.
Well, he does say. Guess what? And then he says it multiple times in a few verses.
I don't remember him saying that. I do remember him saying, "I'll be there. I'll be there." My first name must be Fuck You, because every time I'm in my car, brothers be like, "Fuck you." I'll be there. I'll be there.
You ever see a song, his slap song?
Tell me how it goes. I know how Rick James's slap song goes.
I'll send you the link after. Once you watch his like I'll slap you video, you'll watch it multiple times. It's funny.
Hey.
It's Red Man funny. So you'll watch it many times.
We should get Reggie Noble on the show with us.
That would be a funny show.
Okay, now here's what's exciting. Remember how many times you and I have secretly behind everybody's back talked about like how good the show would be if it was only me and you?
And look what happened now. It's only you and I.
Like it's like every single cast member is going to like actually be hearing the questions posed by the other cast members and be able to answer them first time.
Challenge.
Let's try our theory, see if it works. Go ahead and ask me anything.
Well, before we jump on the theory, I have to step away for at least 2 minutes.
What? I'm going to do the show by myself?
I'm putting the show in your hands for 2 minutes.
Wait. No, I got something better. I sent you a comment that has a YouTube link, and I said, play the video live on the stream. It's a 4-minute video, so I want you to just stream it on the stream right now, and then you can take 4.
See if I can access it.
It's probably my most recent comment or near to. Oh, this is funny. I don't see it. I think, how is this possible? I may go off camera for 1 second. I'll be right back. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm just like checking the comments on my phone. I say cartoons are bootleg, my time. Oh, this is weird. You know what? I know that I wrote this comment. I think maybe sometimes the comments get deleted or they don't get posted. Something weird. Okay, never mind. You got to take it. Let me get back on camera. All right, you see me now?
Yes.
All right, I'll take it for 2 minutes if you got to go.
Okay, and I will be right back.
Somebody needs. My hair is not ready for camera. So you're not even gonna give me a full screen if you're gonna go off screen. You're just gonna leave a picture of Jazz. All right, fine. It's not like I wanted full screen. Didn't I tell you my hair's not done? Jesus. All right, listen, guys. We're gonna have to talk about Transformers. All right. Now, luckily, I do have a few Transformers here. This is let's see. Are we on? Oh yeah. So what we got going on here is I'm experimenting with different ways to display. Hopefully nothing is on camera here that shouldn't be. But the idea, like a lot of people, okay, I'm close to the mic now, I'll talk quieter. A lot of people like to display both the alt mode and bot mode together. And I'm experimenting with different ways of doing that. And what I've got here, I've shown this shelf a few times on the screen. I mean, on the stream. But I've been changing it around. So I'm not sure if I showed it with this Optimus Prime here. I think that this Legend Scale Optimus, and so what I've got here is the bottom row. Actually, yeah, all the alt modes are original G1 vehicles. Most case, these are actually my G1 toys from childhood. Hence, hence missing a foot and a few other things. Bill told us Mirage was his first G1 Transformer, so you can see it was one of my earliest ones. And yeah, you can see how beat up a lot of these guys are. they're still a lot. They're still, in one piece almost, but not entirely. I've got an elastic band holding on Sunstreaker's wheel here, as you can see. And Sunstreaker was my first Autobot. So I got Sunstreaker and Thundercracker were my first two. And I believe it was probably Christmas 84. I was trying to think about what Christmas it was. I think it was 84. It would have been 84 or 85, and Transformers weren't really known, so it had to be 84 as my process of deduction. Anyway, so here we go. Now this, is that an original? Yeah, that's an original. Some of these are reissues. So this Jazz is not my G1 Jazz, hence he's pretty much spotless. This is one of the Encore. I think it was like an Encore reissue. But anyway, so we got the whole G1 1984 catalog. That's the goal here, is to have the full 1984 catalog of the Autobots, and then elsewhere I'll have the Decepticons. And then, so that's all G1, and then I have Legends figures representing the bot modes. So this is Generation Toy Optimus Prime. Now this is several years old, but I think of the older Legend scale Optimus Primes, this is the best one. So now you have Magic Square has put out their 2.0. New Age has put out a 2.0. So those figures are better than this one. But prior to those figures and prior to those companies really becoming a force in Legend scale collecting, this generation's toy Optimus is the best Legend scale Optimus. Got the light piping there. He actually has a metal chest. So this, like, really, I think it just goes even better, maybe, than the two newer ones that I mentioned in terms of displaying it with your G1 1984 Optimus Prime. The materials, the colors, the aesthetic, I think matches perhaps better than any other option. So even if I've sprung for the $120 for the New Age one, I'm not sure that I would get this same illusion that I'm going for, which is sort of like if this cab transformed and was this size rather than the size it is, it would look like that. So that's what we're going for here. So now up here, these are all third-party Legends figures. I'm missing a couple from the display. And then down here, which I showed in a previous episode, is where I've got the mostly mainline with some, I guess, 50-50 mainline and third party. And we went through some of those figures before on a previous stream, so I won't go through them individually. Maybe in the top row, some of the better ones here. So this is a really nice Mirage from Iron Factory. There are some other options. Iron Factory goes for this like a bulky, sort of muscular look with their characters. Contrast that with a more just straight on-screen representation that you get from New Age. This is one of the earliest New Age figures. And so you see they're both incredibly nice figures, but you get a different kind of aesthetic. Try to, backwards hands. Here we go. Come on now. Get one day I'll learn to do this. So, like, I prefer the Iron Factory look of these bots as opposed to the more plain and simple look of these New Age ones. However, in alt mode, the stylization that Iron Factory does is a little too far off from the original alt modes, from the source material alt modes for my taste. So for alt modes, I definitely prefer the New Age figures. And then another company here. So most of my Legends collection, my main, I guess my best series of Legends figures is going to be the New Age figures. But this is a standout by Toy World. Toy World has not done a number of Legends figures, but they did do this Wheeljack, and he just looks perfect. Like it really does look like Masterpiece Wheeljack, sort of shrunk down. So this is a standout Legends figure right here. Definitely recommended. I think his name is Whiskey Jack. Yeah, that's a third party name. Probably the worst Legends figure I got up here is a Mechanic Studios figure, Ironhide. And I say worst, it's not bad. It's just is like a $20 figure, and it's pretty simple. It's not, high sophisticated engineering the way some of this new age stuff is, that those newer items. But this figure is actually what got me into Legends collecting, because I wasn't in on the Hasbro stuff. Most of that is too junky, with a few exceptions of the ones that I actually am willing to display. But this, for $20, it really did give that nostalgic feels, right? The nostalgic buzz I got from this, and it's $20, so it wasn't really cutting into my Masterpiece money. So that's what sort of sucked me into Legends collecting, because now, when Legends first started out, they were premium figures. They were expensive figures, and to me, it just didn't make sense to pay that money. What's good, Spin? So I was saying, have you been hearing what I was talking about?
I heard the later part. Like it came in just when you were describing Mirage and Prowl.
Okay, cool. So that's mostly what I said. So just like what I was saying about how I got into Legends collecting, because you know that I'm mostly an MP guy, right? Well, I start out, of course, like all of us, as a G1 guy, and
Right.
you remember, you and Bill talked about your early collections. So I'll pick up on that and say, like, as a kid, I didn't have a lot of money, right? So we are all sort of in the same boat that way, right? Working class gentlemen, and so like my Transformers were like a big deal to me, because I knew that feeling. I don't know if you had this experience. Like I would go to like other kids' houses, and they would just have bins and walls of toys,
Yeah.
and I have my little box at home. Right? I got my suitcase.
Yeah.
So like each one of those pieces were valuable to me in a way that, you would go to these kids' houses, and I would go to their houses, and I'd be astonished, and I'd be like, I'd pick up everything like a jewel, like it was in a Masterpiece collection. And then those kids don't care about them. They're like throwing this stuff around. It's like, whatever. If it breaks, they don't care. And I'm like, dude, you almost broke that toy, treating it like it was a Masterpiece, right? So it was that kind of thing. So I kept my Transformers, even as a teenager, when other people were selling them off, giving them away. Like that was my valuables.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So I knew, even though I'm not going to play with these, but I'm going to put them away. And I did, and I kept them in storage, pretty much from prior to becoming a teenager, all the way until maybe when you and I first built the first studio, and then I moved into that apartment upstairs.
Right.
And I got those glass display. I think I got the glass displays maybe from my uncle. I had those two big glass displays. You remember the ones that were in the back of the studio?
I remember those.
Yeah, and that's when I broke out my G1 collection from childhood. So I didn't even have them out, as far as I remember, I didn't even have them out as a teenager. I like to, you know what? You probably inspired me, because you took your Transformers out and displayed them in the studio.
Yes.
And that might have, I can't remember now, that might have been like my inspiration to then go get those shelves and unpack my Transformers from childhood.
Probably. And I remember just like building the one shelf for just for like the entire collection over the mixer and everything, and then doing the same thing in the newer studio.
Right, and you did do that in the first studio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because that's where it's like I'd be wrong if it wasn't that way around. But if you did do it in the first studio, then that makes sense. That's what inspired me to then go get those shelves from my uncle. Because he had them, I think, in his basement, and he wasn't doing anything with them. He had like some junk in them, and I was like, "Yo, dude, can I have these glass shelves?"
Yeah, why not? Yeah, yep.
And so and he's like, "What are you going to display China?" And I'm like, "I have a different idea. I'm going to display Transformers." And he's like, "Toys? You're going to display kids' toys?" And
From
I'm like,
China.
how old was I? Like 25, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so my uncle's looking at me like, "Dude, are you regressing?"
Yeah, a different type of China.
That's right. That's right. It is my valuables. And so once I unpacked them, then I started looking for the missing parts, and I started buying on eBay.
Yeah.
The holes in my collection. And we're talking about, for people who are watching the show, they don't know, we're talking about early 2000s when you and I started the studio in West End, Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
And we've mentioned it a few times on the channel. We had the Toronto Hip Hop Cultural Arts Center. Eventually, at first, no, we did that at the same time. We opened that, and then that was at the front, and then the studio was at the back.
Right.
And then we moved to the larger location, and right next to us, you've mentioned it a couple times. What was the name of the store? Was it Len's Toys? We had our friend Len who opened up that toy shop right next to us.
Yeah, I think it was Lens. Yeah, you cut out there for a second, but I think he named it Len's Toy Store.
Yeah,
on the
that's
flyer.
true. Sorry, you're either cutting out, or I'm not sure if you said something about a flyer.
Yeah, I guess you're cutting in and out there. But at one point when we were promoting something, and we had him on the flyer as well, on the back side of the flyer.
It's fair. Very economically minded individuals we are. We're doing a hip hop show. We're going to print a flyer, and then we're like, we could pay for all this printing ourselves, or we could put a toy store on the other side. Not as random as it sounds, because the toy store was right next to the hip hop center that we're also promoting.
But it's funny at looking back at it, it's like, we like us being like really fans of sci-fi and time travel and everything. How did we know back in 2000 or 2001 that it's like we've got one side of a hip hop flyer, the other side of a toy store promoting Transformers and stuff. 20 years later, we've got a flyer, promoting a YouTube channel and toys and everything. It's just we didn't know. We didn't know it was just going to be a full circle.
We got to find Len and get him on the show.
That would be very cool.
Yeah. Well, and he could tell his whole story about setting up the store and then having to shut it down. It'd be an interesting, story for this forum.
Which I won't get into full detail, but I don't recall if you remember. But one of the incidents that happened at the hip hop center, someone in his family was able to track down information related to that incident.
Someone in Len's family?
Yes. So we'll have to talk about this offline.
Okay, all right. And this is information that I don't have. This is weird. But
yeah, I somehow I thought that maybe you knew, but I guess not. But it'll be quite interesting. It'll be quite interesting when they tell you all the details. I remember all that those details.
All right, well, let's get off that topic before I start asking more questions.
All right.
So let me go back to what I was saying about Legends. So initially I was just doing G1. I mentioned Len because Len is the guy who introduced both you and I to MP collecting, because he had in his store the 20th anniversary Optimus Prime,
Yep.
which came out in 2004. And you and I both got a copy of that Optimus Prime from his store. And that's really what set off MP collecting.
Well, no, you got the Optimus Prime. I got the reissues that I didn't get when I was younger. So like Smokescreen, who else? Like a handful of characters, a few of the Seekers. So all of those reissues I got from him.
Oh, so guess what? I still have a bin of those reissues that he was selling. Those, like, they're the ones that have the sort of the open
the commemorative figures.
Right. Okay, so while you were away just now, I was showing this display, and as you know, on this shelf that I've got here, it's all the alt modes are all the 1984 catalog of the Autobots G1 Transformers. Most of them are my Transformers from childhood, but a few of them are not. And that Jazz that I showed, I said it was an encore reissue, but it's not an encore reissue. It's one of the reissues that you're talking about.
Okay.
That I got from Len. So that's what that is. And and that's the same with my hoist over there, my G1 hoist. Mm-hmm. And when he went out of business, he said to me, "Hey, do you want this Transformer stuff?" And he sold it to me at, like, I don't know, bill kind of prices. Like he basically gave it to me for less than wholesale. So I literally have like one or two tubs of like those reissues that like have never been opened. The only ones I opened were the ones, just like you, that were missing from my G1 collection. So I needed a Jazz, I needed a hoist, and then whatever else I needed, I opened, and the rest I put in the boxes. Cool. Anyway, so so that's 2004. Mm-hmm. Now fast forward to 2014-15 is when I moved to Madison, which I don't blame you for not remembering where I live, even though I've been here now for 7 years. And you and I have been
Wisconsin. It just didn't hit me at the moment when we were speaking on it.
Yeah. Well, for good reason, because it's like not any place that really should exist, let alone be in anybody's head. Like, this place just needs to go, and if it's not going to go, I need to go. So I think I'm going to go move in with Bill. My plan is I'm going to buy like a big trailer, like a shipping container. Yes. I'm going to paint it to look like Optimus Prime. I'm going to park it in, on Bill's 50 acres. And I'm going to live there. Fuck Wisconsin.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Okay, so 2015 is when Orlotti and you told me about Masterpiece, because remember that Optimus Prime, that first Optimus Prime 20th anniversary that I mentioned, 2004, they didn't really start putting out Masterpiece figures. They were only coming out every couple of years or whatever, right, until they came out with MP10, I think, and then really the ball started to roll. And I didn't really find out about Masterpiece other than that one Optimus Prime that I had until 2015 when I moved here. And then you and Orlotti told me about it. I got hooked, and then I bought every Masterpiece figure, that exists. Mm-hmm. And because I was chasing Masterpiece, I was not interested in any other scale. Like the mainline stuff, it was junky to me.
Right.
And there were some cool Legends figures, but the Legends figures were $40, $50, and a Masterpiece figure was anywhere from $80 to $200.
Right.
So, like, to me, it like didn't make sense to buy a $40, pushing $50 legend scale third party figure, as nice as they look, when that could be 50% or more of what I need to buy another masterpiece figure, right?
Right.
But what happened was Mechanic Studios started doing these KO figures of the Legends figures, and then they started to make their own. Sorry, under Mechanic Studios, they made their own designs, like the Ironhide that I just showed. And then as Mech Fans Toys, the same company but a different name, they're doing knockoffs of the Legends figures. And they're selling those for $20, $25. So at that price, that's not really cutting into my masterpiece money. Now that's mainline money. Now that's like I grab lunch and I spend $25 money. So I just started buying those Legends figures. But what happened is I got hooked, and then they jacked the price up. So now these Legends figures are like $60 to $100, but I can't stop buying them because I'm in. So that's how they get you.
That is how they get you.
Yeah. End of that story.
Yes. So now back to the original concept where you're just saying questions and answers.
Yes.
When you jumped on and were like, let's do the question and answers segment.
I was here, Orlati. You don't have to repeat it. Go ahead with your questions. I've got all the answers.
Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet?
Why did Judas rat the deep?
Yeah.
Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas rat to Romans? Well, Jesus slept. A judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Lounging between two pillars of ivory, I'm lively. My dome piece is like building stones in Greece. My poems are deep. From ancient thrones I speak. I'm overwhelmed as my mind roams the realm. My eyes the vision. Fantasy is the film. I don't remember the rest. The Zach subtop. I know I remember the rest, but I don't know exactly what he says.
I think that's one of the best Wu-Tang albums of all time.
I mean, that beat.
That whole album, that beat. Yes.
Camouflage chameleon. Niggas scaling your building. No time to go for the gun. They already got your wife and children. That shit is fucking fire. Is it like smack? No, you're right. That album is brutal. Is that is shadowboxing on there?
Yeah.
I'll break it down to the bone whistle. Ill people see Skeet and Scud missiles. Johnny Blazing. Nightmares like West Craven. I'll be gunning. Third eye seen it coming before it happened. You know about them fucking cat. You know about them fucking statin. You know about them fucking cat. Statin. Smash. I need some water.
You know, and Labels. I remember at the time, Labels was my favorite one on the whole album. But then I'm like, every track on this album is my favorite. Like it's just one of those rare albums.
Tommy ain't my motherfucking boy. When your fake moves on a nigga you employ, who will emerge off the set. Living large, how to flip a Def Jam and rough up the motherfucking house because of smother your pin decks. I'm holding more weight than Columbia Index. Man, I can't believe I've forgotten these lyrics.
I mean, the last time we really listened to them is like almost like a couple decades. Like
no,
just today, someone said, what's it like the early Belle Biv DeVoe stuff? Like that's gonna be like 35 years old. I'm like 35.
I know, that's 1990.
Yeah, and I'm like, I just can't imagine like the song's 35 years old.
I mean, same thing when people talk about Transformers, right? They're like, they take it out, they're like, it's a 40-year-old toy, and I'm like, shit. You realize how old that makes us?
Yeah. Like this toy is 40 years old.
I'm like, I thought I was 40 years old, but I played with the toy, so obviously I'm older than that. I literally am thinking I'm 40. I'm like, nah, bro, you're getting a little closer to the other number.
Yeah. And I'm like, hold on, this person's causing problems. I have toys that's older than this person.
Wait, have you hit the bicentennial yet?
Uh, in less than how many? I think in less than 300 days, I hit it, which is funny. A few people are hitting it this year. Even some I didn't realize are hitting it this year.
Well, if you're about to hit it, that means that there is a member of our crew who has already hit it.
A member of our crew, he's hitting it in July.
Oh, that's right, and we got to be there. But we got to talk about that plan because you and I made a plan, and I'm not sure if we've executed any steps.
This is correct.
All right. Anyway, Transformers talk.
Yes.
So you've been asking and not getting good answers to your questions about what scale is best to collect in order to have the best representation of the screen accurate robots.
Correct.
From Transformers. You've been asking that, and there's a nuance to the question, which is what scale is best, right? That's sort of how you post it. What scale is best? But then I think also implicit in the question, or at least going into detail in the answer, is when and where could you and can you mix and match scales, or mix and match companies that have slightly different scales, but some of the characters match?
Right.
So here's the answer to your question. Prior to the release of the War for Cybertron trilogy, I would argue that mainline was not an option. Now, Anthony, being a Hasbro sycophant, would argue. But to me, what I would say, and it's the same reason why I didn't collect mainline up until the War for Cybertron's release. So here's the in terms of my collection creep, as it were, that I've sort of been outlining here. Now let me do it in sort of bullet point. So in the 80s, G1.
Right.
All the way up until 2000, early 2000s is when we get our first taste of Masterpiece. But I really don't. I guess early 2000s when I restart my collecting of G1 figures. That's the way to put it. Right. So 20 years later, with that anniversary Optimus Prime, and slightly before that, I start recollecting G1 Transformers. And then about 10 years after that, so 30 years in, is when I start my Masterpiece collection. And then the War for Cybertron trilogy, when did Siege start coming out? Now, that's a question for Anthony. You probably don't know. Was it 2018, 19?
About that, yeah. I mean, it's the most recent.
Right. So it's not until then that I restarted collecting mainline. And the reason is because mainline prior to that, even if you could do an art crew, and even if a few of the figures might look good, most of those mainline figures, they look like this. Trash. Right? Now, Anthony will tell you, this is an awesome figure, which it may be if you play with it, but I don't want to play with it because it looks like trash to me. So that's what I think of that. So when I restarted collecting in 2015, really the big draw of Masterpiece, one of the major draws of Masterpiece, was that it was your only option. If you're going to do an art crew, if you're going to do a 1984 season 1 crew of Transformers that are in scale with each other, Masterpiece is the only way to do it. There was no other option in 2015. And even in 2015, you didn't have the full ARC crew, the full 1984 crew, but it was
Right.
clear that we were going there, right? So that was a big draw to buy Masterpiece, right? And people who couldn't afford Masterpiece, they would do, they'll do chugs and then try to throw in a Masterpiece here or there, that's going to sort of scale, right? Chug is another term for mainline for people who are listening and they don't know.
It's funny. I was just going to say that because even I had to look that up at one point. Everyone's like, chug this, chug that. I'm like, I don't know what a chug is.
Right. And it's an acronym. I can't even say the acronym. I don't remember what they all are because it was, it's in between that 20 years that I outlined where I wanted nothing to do with these toys. One, because you and I are busy touring the world and, bunning down Babylon. But two, because the figures are trash. Because Chuck sucks. Murder Prime. Okay, so Masterpiece was the only game in town in 2015, to answer your question. All right? But then two things happened. One, these Legends figures started to come out by third parties. They were inspired by Hasbro doing their Legend scale figures, which were not premium figures, but they're just, this size, right? It's like, whatever, 3.5, 4-inch figures.
Right.
That's what we call Legend scale, right? And so when third parties started doing these kinds of figures, then there was a glimpse that this might become a possibility, that you could then do an ARC crew in Legend scale. But that really didn't become a viable option until about 2018-ish. Maybe 18, 19. I'd have to look at the time. It's all kind of fuzzy as to what year over the past 5 years.
Right.
But first, Masterpiece was your only option. Then Legends was a far more economical possible option. And again, it looked like an option and people were starting to do it before all the figures were released that you could do it. But it just looks like companies are doing this, right?
Right.
And then your third option became mainline once the trilogy started to come out, right? So with Siege and then Earthrise, am I missing something? Siege, Earthrise Legacy? That's wrong. What am I missing?
Right, Siege, Earthrise.
Earthrise is
in there.
Earthrise is the third one. Siege is the first. What's the second one? Whatever. It's Anthony's fault that we don't remember. Let's just play.
Well, I have a comment to that in a moment, though.
Okay. Did you find was he killed by a tree? Because I'll feel really bad making fun of him if he.
No, he was not injured. He was not in the country when this occurred.
Oh, all right. Okay, that's fine. As he never is whenever something weird happens where he would be a suspect, right? Just not in the country.
Well, then see, he can't. That would not make him a good running for a TV show like Smallville, where eventually the sheriff's just like, how come every time something happens, you just seem to be at this, you just always happen to appear when there's a bad situation.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's the complete opposite.
It wasn't only Superman who was like that. Like, all these superheroes who work at, major media outlets, they seem to just be like that.
Yeah, like robbery happens, you just happen to be there.
I wonder how come none of the Pretenders, that's what they should have done. Like, the Pretenders should, work in strategic locations on Earth. Like, one of them is, a reporter. One of them's, embedded in the government somewhere.
That would have been cool. One of them's
at the university. He's a professor, right? And they're all, undercover.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. All right, so now you have the 3 scales as your possibilities, right?
Right.
You got mainline, which is chug scale. You got Masterpiece, which is larger and more expensive. and you got Legend Scale, which is smaller than Chug, more tune accurate, often with these high, with these more advanced ones that I'm showing you, the New Age ones and the Iron Factory stuff. That's higher quality stuff than mainline, more sophisticated engineering for the most part. Yeah, but it's comparable. But some of the engineering with the mainline stuff and some of the pricing with the mainline stuff now is pretty expensive.
Right.
So now it's getting closer between those two options, right? If you wanted to do it in Legend Scale, or if you wanted to do it in Chug Scale, or if you want to do double the size and double the dollars, you go Masterpiece.
Got it.
Right? So then what does it come down to? Comes down to, I think, 2 or 3 considerations. One is your budget, one is your space, and then the other is your aesthetic. Right? So how much does it matter that they look really good? Then you're going to get into the dollars, you're going to go Masterpiece. If you don't have quite that much money, then you're going to look at the mainline or the Legends. So you pay a little bit more for the Legends, but they're going to be small. If you like the playability, the flipping it back and forth, maybe you want to go Chug, you want to go mainline, right? And you're also going to save a bit of money. On the other hand, if you want a slightly higher end collection that's going to fit in a smaller space, you can display more characters like what I just showed you here, then you're going to want to go Legends, right? Because Chug, and I'll show you later a Chug display, maybe next week. I'm starting to set up my Chug guys. But as nice as they look, they just don't really look it, even though they're nice looking figures. And they are more fun to play with. Like Anthony's right about that, that's what they're designed for. These are toys. You play with them, that's what they're made for. But on display, they just don't look as good as the third party Legends or, of course, the Masterpiece figures. So that's the full answer to this topic that you've brought up a number of times.
Nice. I mean, and that's a very detailed answer. It's because within your answer, I know the one thing that I guess you could almost say that I struggle with is within the recent years of just the multiple lines, multiple variations, multiple classes, and everything. Whereas, in the G1 days, it's like, here's 1984 we knew which characters came out then, 1985 we knew which characters came out then, and and then same for 86, 87, up until like 91, 92 we could basically say exactly which characters came out for those years. Now in the sense of, like, say in the last 5 to 6 years, or even in the last 10 years, multiple, certain characters have come out multiple times from different companies, or even the same companies, and then there's different lines of different characters or different lines of those same characters, so it gets a bit confusing in terms of
I think what makes it more so, absolutely, it's confusing just for the simple fact of volume, right? So you're dealing with greater numbers, greater volume, and passage of time. In other words, for the smarty pantsers who are listening to us, entropy is just what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's also confusing, because you're not interested in a lot of it, right? What you're interested in is these G1 characters, and you're interested in good representations of the G1 characters. You don't care what line it's in. You're interested in a cool representation or a cool homage to something that relates to G1.
Right.
And that is sprinkled in a whole bunch of different lines, different branches of the fiction that you're not interested in. And so that's what makes it confusing. And that's why it's confusing to you and say not to Anthony. Because if you buy into the whole thing, like if you're interested entirely in Transformers Prime, then it's not confusing to you that there's some G1 characters and some not, right? But if you're like me, who doesn't care about Transformers Prime or any other of these different series, right? Then it's going to be more blurry because you're paying less attention.
True. And I mean, also, and it's in one part, it's not completely not being interested. Mm-hmm.
No, it is not being interested, because you said from 84 to 91, we could name all the characters.
Right.
It feels subjectively to you that that's because it was more organized and there was less to know. It was less confusing. That's how you phrased it. But what I'm saying to you is that's an illusion. It's not really that it was any more complicated, that it's any more complicated or confusing now, or that it was any simpler then. It's just that you are less invested now in these lines than you were in that original G1 line. Because
less invested. That's a better terminology than in terms of less interested. Because I mean, if the interest is there, but you don't have the time to invest into it.
Yes, fair. You had less children when you were a child, and therefore,
I had less children when I was, so now I have more children.
you have more children now, and you have less Transformers than you did when you were a child, and also you're more able to invest the time in learning all the names of all the Transformers now than you did when in 1988, let's say. So I think that's really the answer to you finding it more confusing now. For Lottie, what is your answer to these three questions?
GoBots, and some more GoBots.
Right on all three counts. Incredible. How did you do that? He just showed up. He didn't even hear the question, and he got all three right.
Like, that's talent.
What's this guy? I knew there was a reason we were waiting for this star to show up.
You know what? I was gonna go to bed, but then I was like, let me see what's going on.
You haven't even been watching the show?
I do. I got home like at 9:40 from work, and I just finished eating dinner, and I was gonna put the head to bed. To be honest, I was like that tired, but then I did turn on to the show, and then you guys were talking about some collections, and you were talking about if you're gonna spend money, you go with these kind of lines if you want to, a smaller.
Yeah, you don't gotta prove you were watching the show.
Right. So I saw that part. Then I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. So you woke me back up again. You gave me my 20th win here. And so
well, I'm happy to have done that for you, like in a friendly way, because you know how Spin got me on the live stream. I told him I'm not coming on the stream. And so what he decided to do is read all my comments backwards and then skip all the best ones so that I had to come on the show because I was so angry.
That's been for you.
Yeah.
Right?
Instigator.
And I even told him, make sure that you say, hi to everybody, because I sent him a text. And he didn't read my text, and I'm like, what the hell? Now I got to come on here. Exactly. And I got to say, hi, guys.
No,
okay, exactly. I'm going to bed now. Bye.
If you check the comments, like I'm giving you shout outs, I'm saying all kinds of nice things about you throughout the whole broadcast. Oh, nice. And Spin's just pretending like you don't even exist.
I feel like Pokeroo.
He even offered Bill your position on the executive committee.
Oh man, I would have got a wicked severance pay, wouldn't I?
I mean, when the shares finally shoot up, yeah.
Oh well, you can only dream.
Bill is planning to sell his collection for 500 grand as soon as our stock rises a little.
You know what? I wouldn't doubt Bill's collection is probably worth that amount.
Question: Did we ever get the Soundwave reissue in like any of the Walmarts or Toys R Us here?
You did, but it didn't go on clearance. It probably sold for $60.
You know, but
Mm-hmm.
right, and I guess you weren't watching earlier. Like, how much do you think? Okay, it's $60 for us. How much do you think it cost Bill to get one of them for?
$5.
About that.
Yeah, but listen, Bill is wrong in thinking when he was talking about that reissued Soundwave. And I think this is the problem with all these Walmart reissues. It's not miscalculating the demand by the consumer, which is what it looks like. Like a lot of the G1 Transformers that Walmart released, a lot of them went on clearance, not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But it looked like they were really misjudging the market. And one obvious guess was that they were outpricing the people who were interested, because like those, like the car bots, when they were re-releasing those car bots,
Mm-hmm.
Bumblebee and the like, which I have hanging up in the other room, they were selling those for $20 US dollars, right? So Canada, $30 for a Bumblebee or for a Cliff Jumper. So that's
Right.
a lot of money.
Right.
And Blaster Spin, you have been very confused about the Blaster numbers for a long time. Blaster was the cheapest one of these Walmart re-releases to come out. It was MSRP for about $30 US when it came out, and that was cheaper than the previous ones. Astro Train was like $40 in Walmart, which was crazy. I ended up paying it anyway. It did get.
So for the Blaster, so when they first released it, like you were saying, it was like about 30-40 for him.
Just when I say the number, hear it, because I've said this to you so many times, and you keep saying $15. It was not $15 when it came out. It was $30. I'm rounding to the nearest 10. All right, $28.99 or whatever. It was $30. It then got clearance down to about $15, and then even lower in some places. But here's my whole point about these re-releases. Even though they were overpriced, that's not what the problem was. The problem was and is supply chain.
Right.
It's getting it to the stores. Right? Well, not always. Sometimes it is the price, right? Sometimes it is the demand. They just overestimate the demand. But with these G1 figures, it's transportation. Because the fact that Bill is getting them for $5, $3 he paid for those Soundwaves, I could not find that Soundwave from before it was released to the whole time it was in the stores. And I finally found one at Walmart, and I paid full price, which is like $40 or $50 US dollars. I can't remember. Even though they were on clearance in lots of other Walmarts, but I couldn't find them.
Well,
that's what the issue is. It's not the issue is not that nobody wants them. The issue is that the people who want them live in places where they're not getting to those stores.
Well, that's what I was figuring out, pinpointing between all the different groups. And it's like, then you start asking people, where do you live? And you start realizing, for instance, like the eastern side of the country, everyone's getting all the blasters. No one in the western side of the country like can get any. So exactly as you're saying. But I mean, in that sense, like even as you're saying, like certain characters you couldn't get. So then Blaster comes out at like 30, then it's clearance down to 15, then it's clearance down to $5. But then it's still like it's only sent to like certain people in certain parts of the countries. Other parts, like they never see it. They have no access to it, which then into the whole scalper issue.
Yeah, but at that point, I don't really think that there's anything wrong with somebody picking up a bunch of the figures, especially in a part of the country where a bunch of the figures show up, and then selling them online. And so what if they make $10 doing it, especially if that makes the figure available even for an extra few bucks to somebody who has no other way of getting it?
But there's nothing wrong with that, and there were people doing that, and a lot of people were thanking the ones doing that. You know, for instance, it's like, well, there's like 1,000 blasters here, but you guys can't get them. How about I buy 600 of them and I'll resell it to you? And people are saying thank you because I don't have access to it. It's the other ones that are like, well, there's 600 blasters here. I'm going to sell each one for $600 each. Then we're like, okay, well, now clearly you're trying to rip people off. But others are like, hey, I'll sell it to you for even $10 profit. Sure, no problem. I have no choice but to buy it from you for like an extra $10. What's an extra $10?
For future reference, you can be hyperbolic with your numbers while remaining in a reasonable order of magnitude.
Wait, sorry?
I said, for future reference, you can be hyperbolic with your figures while still remaining within a reasonable order of magnitude. So you could say 6 blasters or 60, but 600? It's just,
200.
No, but there is some issues as well too. For example, like when I went to the States back in 2012, 2013.
Bro, what do you have against the States?
No, hold on. Let me finish my thought, dude. Hold on.
No, I'm making fun of you. Look, I've been waiting hours and hours to pick on you. It's my time.
Well, we're gonna wait another hour.
Fine.
What's it called? There were certain generations, like Reveal the Shield, Scourge, and also Wheeljack that they were selling in New York, but I could not find them at all in Toronto. At all, and I think sometimes going back to what you're saying to supplying the supply chain, there might be, and I'm guessing here that certain areas might get certain figures. Maybe this particular figure might go in this area because it's very popular, and there's a supply and demand for that.
Or, you think it's actually? I don't think it's targeted. I like what we're talking about.
I'm guessing here. I'm guessing here. I'm taking a wild guess here, but that's what I noticed because they had an abundance of Scourge, let's just say, and I'm like, wait a minute, like how does Toys R Us in the States have like, I'm gonna pull a Michael here, 600 Scourge, yeah, right? But here in Toronto, there was like absolutely zero. Literally zero.
No,
but look, the 600 isn't far-fetched, though.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the 600 isn't far-fetched if you're like that one person who's really going to go around and buy all those characters, because there were some locations that people posted.
Stop it. No consumer in the history of consuming has ever gone to a brick and mortar store and purchased 600 of any single figure. In fact, they've never even purchased 100 of a single figure. And the reason why is because no brick and mortar store ever receives 600 of a single figure.
I was just going to say not in all one location. If you go around in the different groups, there are certain characters, at least like on some shelves, they were like, look, I've got at least 40 to 60 of these characters in this location. Do that in multiple stores.
In a regular size consumer vehicle, you cannot fit 600 of a given Transformers figure. So stop it.
Not in one run.
Stop being crazy. Stop being crazy.
Okay, so So let me elaborate a little bit. Maybe we'll
Just
spin.
stop it, both
Hold
of you.
on. Wait, you stop it for 1 second.
Number.
Hold on, stop it for 1 second. So I'm gonna elaborate maybe a little what Mike is trying to say here. So, for example, I was at one Target. Hold on, I was at one Toys R Us, and then I went down the street. There was another Toys R Us. They had like a whole bunch of Scourge. Then I went to a Walmart that was across the street. Had a whole bunch of Scourge or whatever case is. So whatever. But the whole point, what I'm thinking, and this is my opinion. I truly believe that they give. I think they pick certain locations for certain figures to go to.
I apologize. I realize what the problem is now.
They were busting your nuts.
No, it's that I am forgetting that I'm speaking to Dinobots who cannot count higher than the number 4. So 10 and 20 might as well be 100 or 1,000 to you guys. I understand now that's what the problem is. Let me go get a lighter so I can smoke a cigarette and calm down.
So as these away, Spin and I are gonna plan our next plot to break these nuts.
Wow.
Because that's what us Dinobots do. We like to break nuts. Or in my particular way, I'm being stereotypical here, us Italians. Well, Spanish and Italian. We like to bust balls. Forget about it. So anyway, no, going back to what I was saying before, and I don't know, I'm just repeating myself just to annoy D. What's called? I truly
I'm
think
not
that,
listening.
sure you are. I do think that there's certain markets that do get certain figures and other markets don't. It's just I've seen it too many times.
Crazy talk.
It is. And so what I'm here thinking that when you have all these TF cons or all these I don't know, let's just say trade shows or I don't know, smaller get-togethers, and you have all these people that are selling, figures. That's where a little bit of your theory might come in a little bit, Mike, in a sense of, they're going around and they have like a hookup with a buddy of theirs at a certain location, and they know that they have a whole bunch of, I don't know, some certain figures. So like they'll pick them all up, and then, they're going to sell them a little bit more, which I don't mind the hustle.
Well, I mean,
we're from Gina Finch. We always hustle with everything, and we're always going to add a little bit of a tax on there for us, right? So let's be honest, okay? So I don't mind the hustle. I don't mind that somebody, for example, went to the States, picked up 600 blasters, and they brought them over here, and instead of selling it for the $30, they're gonna sell it for $40. I don't mind that, right? But if they're gonna sell it for like $400, right? Then obviously that's when you're gonna say, okay, buddy, relax. We're not gonna go from 30 to 400, right?
Well, I was gonna say, what was it, like a couple months ago when Calvin was sharing this one post of an employee, or it was either an employee or a friend of an employee, and basically it's like whatever the store got in stock, that employee bought the entire stock. And like was caught walking out with it in the shopping cart. I don't remember if it was He-Man figures or Transformers figures, but say if there was like 30 that came in the store, that person bought all 30.
No, Mike, spin.
30, Mike, 30.
Spin 300.
Thank you.
300.
Thank you. You're gonna ruin the whole theme if you're gonna all of a sudden use reasonable numbers.
Exactly.
No, but again,
I have to correct them. 300.
But do this multiple times, and that's how you add it up. They're not buying 600 in the same store. The store itself never got 600.
Spin. Nobody has 600 of the same figure. All right. Do you know what the number 600 means? Do you have 600 of anything in your house right now?
No.
Okay. Imagine what 600 of a thing. Look at something on your desk, and now imagine how much space 600 of that thing would take up. Now imagine
that would be half of a shipping.
Now imagine if it was in a toy box. All
That
right,
would be
it's
half of a shipping container.
right. So nobody is doing that.
Okay, so D.
I'm sorry.
D. Okay, you know what? Then let's fix it. 6,000.
As in the number of new subscribers I expect by the end of the show.
Yes.
Spin,
But,
don't put your nose on camera. This is a dignified transmission. Orlati, speaking of which, I got a challenge for you.
Okay.
If you'd like to accept.
Is it the GoBot challenge?
Very similar.
Okay.
Matter of fact, you could make a lot of people angry if you accept this challenge and then you make it a GoBots challenge.
Or the challenge of the GoBots.
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
perfect.
Okay.
You gave away the joke. But anyway, well, I mean, that's just if you decide to play the joke on the other members of the cast. I'm obviously in on the joke already, even though I will be infuriated if you do. So my challenge to you is, as nice as your glass display looks behind you with your china,
Okay.
Spinister has both you and I beat as far as the Transformer themed backdrop.
Yes.
So my challenge, so both you and I are slacking. We could do a backdrop whenever. We just have other things to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I challenge you
Mm-hmm.
to have your Transformers backdrop by next week, and I'll do the same. Do you accept the challenge?
I will try. So I will accept. You know what? I accept the challenge.
All right, good. Because that first comment, you know what kind of comment that is.
Yeah, I know. That's
Forget
why I rephrase it.
Good. I appreciate it.
Right, because I know we're getting you there, so that's why I brought it a little bit back down.
I appreciate that. You're a good friend.
See, I love
But
you.
I mean,
I love you guys.
What if the person bought 800 Transformers?
Ah!
Spin. We said 6,000 already, man. Come on, get with the program.
You know, as Riker would say with Picard. As Riker would say to Picard, it's like, where are we at right now? Right about here.
The line that's been on the floor. It's been marked on the floor. We do not pass this line. No furthermore. You remember that from Picard? Big Bang Theory. Actually, what's it called? Sheldon did a comment on that too. He made a joke about that. The line that's drawn in the sand.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I need to repair an element of my set. I'll be back momentarily.
Okay.
I was going to say, any storm damage for you?
No, luckily.
You're fortunate. I mean, considering your geographical location, you're almost more susceptible to storm damage.
It came down well. So I'll tell you how my trip went today to work. So the storm came down hard, and it did cause some damage to other neighboring homes. Like quite a few of them lost their shingles and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then on my way to work, I was it was nuts because like there was a lot of streets that lost power, therefore the street lights weren't working.
Right.
And then when I got into the city, because I was going to take the 401, and the 401 was just completely jammed because you got to remember everybody's leaving for the long weekend.
Right.
You know, happy birthday to the Queen there. So when I got I took Black Creek, and as soon as I got to Black Creek and Lawrence, from Black Creek and Lawrence to all the way to Black Creek to Western Road, there was completely no lights. So it was everybody was doing like the four-way stops.
Yep.
And then when I got to Keel and St. Clair, there was lights up until Bloor, and then Bloor. I want people to mistake what I said. Then from there, from Bloor to Lakeshore, there was completely no lights, and because I'm driving by Hyde Park, There was quite a few trees that fell onto the street where there's police officers and crew were cleaning up all that mess.
Yeah, because that whole strip is just trees on both sides.
Yep. So it normally takes me, let's just say, roughly about 45 to 50 minutes to get to work. Yeah. Let's just say it took me a couple of hours to get to work.
Jeez.
Yep. What about you?
I was home when fortunately I didn't have to go anywhere or do anything outside other than cut the grass, and it's like I got that done just a minute before the hail started coming down. And it's like you could see the sky just turn dark, the temperature.
Guys, when you talk about Transformers, nobody gives a fuck about your storms, shit like that.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
It says the talking picture.
We're getting there. I was gonna use our final thoughts on it was like it looked like Unicron was like coming out of nowhere and ready to devour our planet. That's how crazy it was.
That is what it looked like.
Are you happy now, D?
No comment.
No comment. Okay. Not even in the comic section either, too.
You know why most of the street lights were out? It wasn't because of the storm.
Well, one of the reasons why the street lights were out, because a lot of the Transformers got blown up.
This is correct.
Speaking of blowing up and Transformers, have you noticed in the Bay Universe movies line that all these Transformers got killed? How's it possible, for example, like Shockwave?
Mm-hmm.
You know, a really menacing looking Transformer in the movie, which I have to give some credit, lasted all this time, and then as soon as he comes to Earth, the guy's dead. They kill him off right away.
Yeah, bad writing. Just bad writing.
Like if I was a Transformer, I wouldn't want to come to Earth. Am I wrong to say, am I the only one thinking like this or what?
If you're a Transformer, you wouldn't want to be in a Bay film.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Jazz didn't want to be in the Bay film.
Well, he had two parts.
Yeah, they literally turned him into two parts.
Part 1 and part 2. They usually say the sequel's not that good. It wasn't good for him.
No.
So what else you guys were talking about? I was trying to make these little comments here to piss off D, and he's just not jumping. He's just not biting, man.
Well, he's still upset about the 2000 trend. People buying 2000 Transformers.
Okay. What were you guys talking about earlier today, if you don't mind me asking? So I could jump onto those topics.
The comparison, not just the comparison of figures, but he was going in depth with the answer of if you're recreating the original arc line.
The original arc line?
How you guys doing? I'm dressed and I'm ready to start the show. Let's go. Are you live already? Anyway, I'm ready. Orlando. Yeah, you were saying some things that were irritating me.
I knew
it. Spin.
Yeah.
Don't give them a summary of everything we discussed. That's a waste of our viewers' time. But do just ask him some questions based on what we already talked about, so we get him to say something relevant on the topics that we discussed without just rehashing everything that you and I already said. See if you can ask him relevant questions.
It didn't work. Spin.
With, while at the same time being unreasonable with your numbers.
Okay, I'm up to the task.
All right, go ahead, spin.
Ask the 8,000 questions.
On your mark, get set, go.
Go.
Spin likes to spend the first few seconds of a question
Thinking about
with
it?
silence so that you really, really are ready to answer his question.
I'm
Watch, I'll show
downloading the
you.
question.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Go.
Yeah.
All right, here. Let's listen to him download.
That's some like deep thoughts, man.
Done.
After he downloads it, he likes to have a pregnant pause where he's just really quiet
Mhm.
before he asks the question.
A pregnant pause?
Yeah, it's like what Drake does.
I thought it was dramatic pause. I never heard of the term before, a pregnant pause.
Learn something new every day. Hang
That
out
is
with
true.
Aubrey. Hang out with Aubrey a little more. You'll learn some of these literary devices.
Or
Okay.
you'll lose a few IQ.
Hanging out with Aubrey.
Yes.
Aubrey is very smart.
I thought
In
she
which
was
universe?
Look, just because he doesn't write my kind of raps doesn't make him dumb.
Just because he doesn't write.
Who writes anymore?
Who needs to write when you can sing? And who needs to sing when there's auto-tune? And who needs auto-tune when you can whine and you're cute?
Just hit play.
And kick back and grow some vines.
I don't have a question. It's all freestyle.
What were you downloading all that time? What? And
Star Trek
this guy has the nerve to say
episodes.
that he's not a watch- He is clearly sludge.
Excuse me.
I've been downloading the question.
Excuse me.
What were you downloading for that 30 minutes? The file was compressed. I had to uncompress it. Okay, now that you've uncompressed it, what does it say? Oh, it turns out to be empty.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. He's doing a virus check.
Yeah, you gotta check
Right.
for viruses, malware. Check for hidden backdoors, exploits.
Exactly.
That's right. And then even if you don't find one, you just delete everything to make sure that you don't accidentally contaminate your brain. And now you can just pose the question, except you've deleted it.
See? Can't trust Soundwave, man. He's out there.
Mm-hmm. It's everywhere.
Orlati, if you were going to do a complete ARC collection
Mhm.
from scratch,
Okay.
would you go with Masterpiece or Legends?
I will go with Legends, and the reason why is because there is an actual arc that you can buy that transforms. If
Well,
there wasn't an arc at all,
Yeah.
right, and I had to use a poster, let's just say, then I'd probably go with Masterpiece. But because there is an arc, I go with Legends.
Have you seen anybody that I like that answer? But I don't have that arc. And I do want it, but I watched the reviews. It's 160 US, which is 200 Canadian. And like the reviews are not spectacular. Like everybody says it's nice to have an arc, but the toy is like just barely passable.
heard the
And
same thing.
the gimmicks are interesting, but they're not well executed. So it's cool that there's Teletran 1, but it doesn't even look good as Teletran 1. And then it transforms, but it doesn't transform into a cool robot.
Wow.
And then same thing with the arc. Like the arc, it looks like the arc, but like really what you want to display is those back thrusters. Those black thrusters are just black plastic circles. Like it's not like they're painted nicely. They've got some sculpted detail, but you don't really see it.
Mhm.
The arc itself is very panely. It's got open gaps in it that don't look great, The color is not all that screen accurate. So there's a lot of problems with it. And then the bot mode is like whatever. It looks okay. It doesn't really look very G1, even in terms of homage.
No.
And also in terms of the toy element. Now again, I don't have it, but people talking about it, reviewing it, they say like it feels kind of cheap. So it's like you're dropping $200, or more. Canadian, you're spending more, and you're not getting bang for your buck. So really, so for me, so that's why I didn't buy it. I haven't seen anybody display it with Legends figures, but it's still going to be like, not that you couldn't do it. If I bought it, that's what I would do. But I think that the figures will still look kind of big relative to that. What would look nice with that arc is the world's smallest Transformers, which Bill showed us. He just showed us a couple earlier in the transmission before I came on. It was just a spin.
You know what they should have did, personally?
What?
I think that they should have added an extra piece to the arc, that volcano. Like, have that volcano, like a plastic volcano, whatever, like a mold of that volcano, and there's like a slot where the arc just slides right into.
That would have been cool.
You know what I mean?
That would be dope. Like, and basically, like the way I'm envisioning it, like how they would manufacture it is similar to Castle Grayskull, right? Like just a molded piece of plastic. It's one side, right? Yeah. You could even make it fold out to make a volcano, right?
Yeah, you can see the inside of the volcano like Castle Grayskull, exactly, right? So I would have did something like that, and I think the $200 price range would have been justifiable then. And then you can have your little legend figures in there, and then you can set everything all up. Otherwise, if you have a 3D printer, there's an idea for you.
3D printing that would be way too expensive.
Yeah, too expensive. I was just gonna say, I mean, it almost goes to the joke of, oh, he's disappeared. Well, I was gonna say,
he said he had to go.
Right. Well, I was gonna say it goes to the joke of people who did cosplay of Apocalypse better than what Marvel did, in the movie, but now that he's back. Well, I was gonna say, so well, you remember Apocalypse in the X-Men movie?
Yeah.
Which movie?
Which one is it? Maybe about like 5 or 6 years. Yeah, Days of Future Past. I can't
bring to mind what he looked like. But basically, you're saying he looks crappy.
The Phoenix something, the one something.
Yeah, Phoenix was at the end. It's not that other one, Mom. But basically, someone who did cosplay did their version of Apocalypse better than what Marvel did. So it's like, you're spending however much thousands of dollars in CGI to do this. Somebody did a better character at home. I was going to say it's probably going to be the same thing in terms of the sell to the arc, where it's like for $200, you can design with wood, cardboard, and a bunch of stuff a bigger arc that looks way better than what the toy did, and would scale with the figures that you want. Because in a sense, you could build that arc to the figures that you have.
And that's where I was going, is that really as a display piece, if you want an arc in your display collection that looks good, there isn't anything that you can buy. You have to make it. That arc, if you're going to buy it, it's not, nobody has it on display and is like, yo, this is my dream arc. People bought it for the novelty of it. And that's it. And like, to your point, anybody could build a better looking display piece. What you couldn't build is, without skill, is a transformer, right? So that's a toy and it transforms, and that's what you're getting for that $200. And they didn't make a great toy. It's not really good, but that's an option. But as far as your display is concerned, Orlati, so back to the question, right? Yeah. So your answer makes sense in theory, But what I'm telling you is, in practice, from what I've seen, and I don't have it, from what I've seen, that wouldn't be an effective thing. So if you did spend your money, buy that arc, buy those little characters, eventually you'd probably be like, fuck this arc, I need another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
In
something
which
that
case, in which case, you
it's a
go
trial
back
and
to the
error.
question, in which case you go back to the question of, like, if you're going to have to build the arc yourself, are you still? Oh, sounds like our time is up, children. No. So if you are going to have to supply your own arc, are you still going to go with Legends because you could build a smaller arc, it'd be easier, or are you changing your answer to Masterpiece and also doubling the dollar investment in theory?
Well, we're talking in theory, so everything's hypothetical,
Right.
right? So hypothetically, that I'd rather go with Masterpiece because it will look fucking awesome, right? Part of my language, but if we're looking the reality of it, like practical, right? In my situation, I will still probably it more be like a try and error, but I probably do the legend first just to see how it goes, because at least I could spend a little bit of money on that and not worry about it, right? And if
Yeah.
it works, great. If it doesn't work, okay, so I spent a couple of bills here, right? Versus, you're spending 3 bills on one figure, right?
Yeah.
So, like I said, theory, Masterpiece, reality, try and error with Legends, and if that works, great. If it doesn't, then obviously I would like to go with Masterpiece then.
And you know what else you could do with Legends? And to back to the question about, like, what scale or line do you want to collect in order to get a particular look? And we went over that.
Yeah, quite a few times
Okay.
already.
No, but actually, we went over it properly this time. All the other times was,
Okay.
Spin and I went over it. I gave the full answer. But here's one thing I forgot to mention, which is something that we have covered a number of times on the show. But, we all agree on this. One benefit to doing the Legends collection over the Masterpiece collection is kind of related to what we're saying. Not just the arc, but say any kind of display set that you want to design. Or let's say you want to switch up the way your display looks every couple weeks or maybe every couple seasons. If you have a smaller collection just in terms of size, then that's easier to do. You can make different backgrounds, easier, and then swap them out than if you did a whole room, right? Because to do a Masterpiece collection and you're going to have all these season 1 figures, you need, like what I have or what Bill has, you need a whole room. And then if you were going to change up the display, that takes a lot of work. But if you have like one wall and you've got everything there, you could, change it up. And furthermore, the Sigbots and the combiners will owe any option that you pick. Like, basically, even if you're collecting Chug or Legends or Masterpiece, really the combiners that you want are always the Masterpiece scale combiners. But the Masterpiece scale combiners, of course, look far less impressive next to Masterpiece figures as they do next to Legends figures. So that's another reason why you might pick a Legends collection. And Orlati, you have mentioned this before, so did Spin.
So here's the thing. With Masterpiece, that's going to be your long-term display.
Yeah.
Right? Because you spent a lot of money on that stuff, right? So that's going to be there like my China, right? That's going to be there for a long time, right?
Right. And that is some fine China, if I haven't mentioned it yet today.
Thank you. And so because of that, your display is going to be limited. You could do certain kind of action themes, like you could, display them a little bit different here and there, right? But you're not going to be really moving them around as much. Versus if you get like Legends or even like what's called the mainline, right? Then you can always swap that around.
Yeah.
Because you have more disposable income to do that. right? And not just only that, there's going to be some figures that are going to look better than other ones because they're going to retool it, they're going to remold it, different colors, different look, whatever cases. So so you might think, okay, you know what, I don't like this one anymore. I like this one. So this one that I don't like, I could sell it on Children of Primus Classifieds.
.com,
right? And so we can do that, right? And so you have more of a play when you're dealing with mainline and legends. And not just only that, you can also switch it up around. Like, for example, you could do the arc look, or you could do the Metroplex look, or you could do the Triptychon look, right?
Yeah.
So you have all those options to do that, right? So it goes back to, again,
this is a good point.
Yeah, so like if I'm spending dollars and I just want that one look and I don't want to move it around, like it's my Picasso kind of thing, then obviously you're gonna go with your masterpiece. If you're a guy that likes the different kind of trends, different kind of fabs, and you want to mix things up all the time, you want to look, you just want to dress something different for the day, like how how you did your quick change, then you go with the main lines.
I wasn't changing. I was just getting dressed so that we could go live. Because I was in my pajamas before.
Question for both of you in terms of between Masterpiece and what's the other one you mentioned?
Legends?
Yeah, between Masterpiece and Legends, are all the characters available in both of those lines?
More or less. You have there's still a few holes here and there, where you could stick in you could find some kind of placeholder.
Okay.
They're certainly not like in any third party. If we're talking about third party, which obviously excludes mainline. But there's no one third party company, whether we're talking about Masterpiece or Legends or Chug, that has done a full art crew or a full anything, full any season. So you have to mix and match from different companies.
Right.
But in terms of a scale, whichever scale you're choosing in 2022, unlike 2015 or even 2018, you could get every character. You just have to there will be some substitutes and there will be some missing things. So for instance, as far as Masterpiece is concerned, there's no Defensor that I'm happy. There's no option for Defensor for me yet. That's out. MMC is making one. That's the one I'm going to buy. And KFC is making one right now. So, but aside from Defensor, we have just about everything, right? We don't have Computron. We don't have Abominus, other than stuff that was released in 2015, which is really outdated. So there's a few things that don't exist. That's Masterpiece scale. Now, Legend scale, again, you don't have all the combiners, but do you even need the combiners in Legend scale?
Right.
According to what we're talking about, you don't, right? But they are releasing those figures in Legend scale, and they're just not out yet, right? So we saw, we looked at the reviews for the Menasor by Magic Square, right? And there's lots of options for Devastator, but there isn't all the combiners in Legend scale. But again, who cares? Because well, I guess maybe you would care if you're like a dedicated Legends collector and you're only getting Legend stuff, as opposed to doing what we talked about.
That would make sense in that sense.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add.
So to your answer, really, no. There's no line where really every character is available yet, or no scale. But it's like now we are closer than we ever were.
Right.
The other thing that I wanted to mention as well too is that when I was thinking about trends and fabs, I was kind of going on the line of, for example, when I got back into Transformers again, watching the cartoon with Transformer Prime. So I was collecting Transformer Primes. So that's something that I would like to display.
What year was that?
2010, 2010 and up, around there, around that time, right? So I would like to have my display to show all my Transformer Prime.
Mm.
Now we just had the Netflix series that came out, right? So people are gonna want to have that display. So if I had a whole bunch of those, right, then I'm like, okay, Transformer Prime, you got to move out of here now. Now I got to put my Netflix up, right?
Right.
And that's what I meant by trends and fabs, right? Because you're gonna have these different cartoons that have come out or movies that are going to come out. Now, for example, we have Bumblebee 2 coming out, right? So people are gonna be collecting those, and they're gonna want to show those off, right?
Yeah, I wanted to add on to what you said. I mean, so you're building on the point you made about like what are some additional benefits aside from like let's be honest, right? If somebody's offering anybody like a full collection, right? You're gonna pick the most expensive. You're gonna go with Masterpiece, like it's a hands down.
Sure.
But we're talking about what are some of the other benefits? Like, why might you opt for a different collection instead? And two of the things you hit on that I didn't are kind of related, but they have to do with your display options, right? So you can, so I'm reiterating and adding on to what you said, right? If you got a mainline collection or you got a Legends collection, you can, it's not just the price of the initial collection or the price of acquiring those figures, but it's the cost of maintenance, right? So you talked about replacing figures, swapping out a figure, right? Do I want to buy the new Perceptor, right? Well, if it's a new mainline Perceptor, it's $30 or $50. But the new Masterpiece Perceptor, that's $200, right? But also just in terms of swapping out the displays, like you said, like some people, switch their towel sets every season, right? Like I've had girlfriends before who it's like it's fall, so now we're using this color towel set in the bathroom, right? In theory, you could do the same thing with your Transformers collection, right? You swap out all your Earthrise stuff, for your, Transformers Prime. And then like 4 months later, okay, you're going to put all those in bins and then throw these other ones up. And you could do that faster. I mean, sure, you could do that with your Masterpiece collection, but it's going to take a lot of work, right? You got to bubble wrap those guys before you throw them in a bin versus the other guys, just toss them in a box.
See, like as a G1er, let's just say, right? Obviously, you want to go with a Masterpiece because they represent, that G1 look that we grew up with, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you go with that Masterpiece.
Right.
Going back to your question, right? But it's just,
but
it's such a hard. Go ahead.
Well, I mentioned, so when we were going through this history earlier in the podcast, I mentioned that you introduced me to Masterpiece figures. You and Spin, and that was around 2014, 15. And at that time, your only option if you want relatively screen accurate bots was Masterpiece. But that's no longer the case in 2020, because since the War for Cybertron trilogy, they really have been homaging RG1 characters in ways that they were failing to do with Chug prior to 2015, or prior to whenever Siege started, maybe 2017.
No, I agree.
And the same thing with the Legends figures, right? It's around the same time, 2018, 2019, when we started to get all these figures, which we now have available in Legend scale, that really are comparable in aesthetic to the Masterpiece figures. So what you're saying is true 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But now you're picking Masterpiece because you want the larger bots, more impressive display, and you're paying the money. But you don't got to go with Masterpiece just for G1. You can actually go with Mainline, which is what Anthony's doing, or you can go with Legends if your budget's a little tighter.
Well, yeah, it comes down to preference, right? That's what it really comes down to, and your budget. Obviously, we talked about that already from before, right?
Yeah.
So, for me, I would love to do. See, if I had my shelf, let's just say, and
oh yeah, let me ask you this. Tell me how you would do your shelf. But a more fun question:
Yeah.
if you had if you had a spare room like Bill's,
Mm-hmm.
and you had your unlimited Transformers budget or your high Transformers budget, let's not say unlimited, right? How would you do your room with the figures you have, and then what would you add?
Okay, that's a good question. So my dream, how about that?
Yeah.
Okay. So my dream, if I had a room like Bill, and are we going with a square or a rectangle?
He said his room is 30 by 30, so let's just say that.
Okay, so it's more of a square side then.
I would say I would say 30 by 30 is an exact square.
Yeah, that's why I said square.
Well,
So,
you said more of like kind of like.
well, versus a rectangle. That's why it's okay. Anyways, so the
That
whole
would be
point.
30 by 31, then it would be sort of a square.
Yeah. So what I would do is that I will pick each four sides a different theme. So one side will be like my G1 theme, in a sense of um, how I love to do it, man. Like if I can have like the top part, like if it's like one big shelf, right? So the top part is like all my G1s, with an arc looking kind of figure with the Autobot standing in front of it, kind of thing. I actually have a picture. How I would love to do it. I'll show it for next week. And then I will have like the Decepticon below it with, with the how do I say it? That underwater kind of look with their spaceship underwater, and they're kind of like lined up in there as well too. And then obviously in my bottom part there, it will
Obviously,
be
underwater, you mean the Decepticons.
yeah. And then after that, you go with your season 3, 4 characters on the bottom. I think it was Rodimus Prime, and all those characters. And then from there, I have like what's called all my like the city bots and all the combiners, right?
And that's one wall.
That's one wall. The other one will be like all
And let
masterpiece.
me clarify.
Yeah.
When you say G1,
Mhm.
are you talking about G1 characters, or are you talking about G1 toys, as in from the 80s?
G1 toys.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Then that's one wall,
Yeah.
right? Then after
And
that,
let me ask you this: how extensive is your current G1 toy collection?
I only have one shelf, and it's all mixed because I lost mother when I did the move. I lost some boxes, man. That
It sucks.
yeah, it still pains me today. And so then my other wall, like the other side, it's like all my masterpiece, right? Almost similar kind of
Yeah,
setup to a certain degree.
yeah. Like try to sort of mirror it, right? In a
Yeah,
way. Yeah,
right. So when you're looking at like the original versus
yeah,
like the actual, right?
yeah, yeah.
And then from there, because I did like Transformer Prime, that got me back into it again. I will have a
Yeah.
Transformer Prime wall. And then you know what? If I could really do this, there's a lot of nice third party figures out there. Like for example, like everybody I mentioned this many times already. Like the Decepticon Justice Division. I would love to have that whole set, and that whole set comes in third party.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, when you said masterpiece, like obviously you're including. Well, I shouldn't say obviously. I was assuming you're including third party figures when
No.
you. Oh, you just mean official masterpiece.
Yeah, official masterpiece. And then after that, I have that. So the third wall, it'd be like all that third party Transformers that I like, that I personally like. Like for example, I would get like Predaking, and that massive, with a massive wing, just being massive and menacing with the brass knuckles and all that kind of stuff. Like there's that, I forgot the name of it, but I'll get like some of those.
Feral Rex, you got 2 third-party predicates that are good.
Okay, so like, but the one that looks like really awesome, and there's like an Omega Supreme one that kind of lights up as well too. That just looks mad. Like I'll get like a shelf just dedicated to my favorite what's called figures.
Yeah.
Right. I'll get that.
Would you pick which Unicron would you pick? Would you go with the HasLab one, which I have, and Bill also has, or would you go with the smaller one that Bill has? I don't know if you've seen them both.
Yeah, no, I've seen them both. I go with you know what? That's a really good question because I gotta fit Primus in there, and they only really made one Primus figure that I know of, the Armada one.
Well, actually, Studio Cell, which is the company that makes that other Unicron that Bill has,
right?
And you know so you know the pros and cons, right? The Studio Cell one is more screen accurate, but it's smaller than the HasLab one. HasLab one is cool because it's huge. Studio Cell one a little more accurate, but it's smaller. Now that company, same company who did the Studio Cell one, they have released teaser images that they're doing Primus.
Then I get those two. And then I just fill them in from top to bottom of all the ones that I like all the personal figures, like particular figures that I like.
Sounds cool. Okay,
and then hold on, and then my last one.
You've already done 4. You did 4.
No, I did 3.
No, you did 4.
No.
I'll repeat what you said.
Okay.
G1 on one wall.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Mirrored by...
No, you're right. You're right. Because I was thinking then the one wall. Random,
it's okay. You can fit more on the walls than you're talking about because you don't.
I'll put it on the ceiling. How about that?
I thought you were coming in from the ceiling because if you're covering all 4 walls, there's no door. So I figured this was like a back situation in a basement.
So like you know, like some of the Siege, like there's some Siege and Netflix ones that I kind of like.
A lot of you're done. Spinister. We want to know your answer to what would your dream Transformers room look like? Let's say you're starting with the same square footage as Bill, 30 by 30, as he told us, and you have a good budget. It's not unlimited, but you got tons of money to throw at this. What is your ultimate Transformers room going to look like?
My ultimate Transformers room would... I think I would try to recreate the entire G1 cartoon series.
Nice.
I mean, within the budget, you know, so whichever characters look as toon accurate as possible.
Don't worry about budget. Let's say your budget is $60,000. You can buy any figure you want.
You want
Then at that point, then it's like then I would go back on my original theory of trying to recreate the entire G1 series, have all the characters, you know, in the proportions as they should be to other characters. I think RC would probably be the only one I may hit a roadblock in, but that's
what scale are you going in? What scale are you going in?
Well, I mean, you know me in terms of scales. Like it's that I can't answer. It would be the scale that makes sense to the cartoon.
No, but I already gave you that answer. Now, as things stand now, you could go with any of the 3 main scales, and you can pretty much get every one of those figures. So that's not the issue. All right, you pick your scale based on how you want your display to look like, how big you want it to be, that sort of thing. But we're asking a different question. It's like, what's the layout going to look like? So tell us the visual. So tell us, it's all Masterpiece on this wall, or like the entire room is just Masterpiece, and you got triples of each figure. And when you say you're recreating the cartoon, are you just talking about you're doing the art crew in front of an arc, or do you mean like you go around the room and like here you have Optimus Prime displayed with the 3 jets when he was fighting them, and he says, "Fighting less than 3 Decepticons is boring." And then you move to the next display, and you got another Optimus Prime reenacting another scene with some other robots.
Am I looking at a comic book? Put it that way.
I wouldn't go that elaborate. That is cool.
Like that. Imagine a display where, like, let's say you had Detoffs set up one after the other, and each square was like a panel in a comic.
That would be cool.
Even with the bubble text.
But this is your room. But this is your room, Spin. So you gotta tell us how your room, how you want it. We just gave you examples.
Right.
He's downloading his. He's downloading.
Yeah,
his
I'm downloading the answer. I mean that going with like different scene displays would be cool. And someone actually started doing that on their Instagram. They've been recreating the comic strip using their characters.
Nice.
I'm not sure how much time it takes them to do that, but they're posing every character for each scene, adding the bubble, and they've been doing this for like a few months now. So it's an ongoing comic series.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna give you a task for next week. Take a couple screenshots and share them with us on the stream. We'll give that guy some promotion, and also like show it on the stream because that sounds really cool.
Okay, cool. But I would say it's like for myself, it's like I'm still of the old school classic kind of person, and it's like you remember my display in the studio where it's just like the shelf. So it's almost like recreating that shelf, but doing it better.
I know it, but the viewers and I'm not sure if Olati saw the studio, so you can
but which figure would you use? Would you use G1 figures or would you use Masterpiece figure? That we want to know the crux. Like,
I would go. I mean, the ultimate goal, dream would be collecting all the G1 figures, but with the existence of Masterpiece, and it's like if you have an unlimited budget, recreate the whole cartoon series in the Masterpiece collection, and then whatever character is missing or whatever, that's like the odds and ends to fill in the blanks.
But Spin, are you just saying that like basically you're going to have the exact same collection that I have on display in the other room? Because when you say you keep saying recreating the G1 series, but you're not describing any kind of recreating. All you're describing is having the first season robots. That's not the question we're asking you. We're asking you, what would the display look like? The display that I show you guys all the time, my glass cabinets of my Masterpiece is Omega Supreme in the center, and all the season 1 and 2 Autobots are all there. And then right next to it is all the Decepticons, same thing. So like that already exists. If you're saying that's your dream collection, come and visit sometime.
Okay, in terms of what it would look like, I mean that's something I've never put thought into. So if anything,
we're on a live stream chat where the idea is that people ask you questions and then in real time you come up with an answer, even if you haven't thought about it already.
That's
in that case,
watching our
like
show.
a forest type of like diorama and like an action scene. So some sort of action scene with all the characters in it.
Well, which characters will you use? Will you use G1 figure toys or will you use Masterpiece? Okay.
Masterpiece. So Masterpiece, but like in a full forest, like all the characters in battle, like all the characters.
So then, are you going to do shelves along the walls the way Orlati described, boring, or remember you got a 30 by 30 room? So are you going to have like a diorama table in the center of the room where you walk around the forest and you got the whole battle happening?
Yeah, that's what I would end up doing. So I mean, in terms of the walls, I'm not sure because I mean that's kind of like space that could be used for multiple other things. But to recreate that, to create like that idea, like that would be a centerpiece in the room, like a large centerpiece. I mean, see, almost
Okay,
similar
how about
to
this?
like large train sets, like
How about this?
realistic train sets.
How about this? So you have like the table in the center of the room,
Hmm.
or maybe even better. Maybe it's hard to visualize a 30 by 30 room. Well, it's not hard to visualize a square, but if it was this would work better in a rectangular room. What I'm visualizing now.
Almost
If you had a
like size of a
rectangular room
classroom. Hmm.
and you had 3 large circular tables,
Right.
and that's gonna and all your display is gonna go on there, and then on the walls you have your seating furniture. Maybe on one side you have your seating furniture, and on the opposite side of the wall, raised up on the wall, you have your whole row of 75-inch screens.
Hmm.
So you have like the screens on one side of the room. You got your couches, seating area opposite side of the room, and then in the center of the room you have your 3 large circular tables, and the
Yep.
circular tables rotate. So you
Mm.
can so anywhere in the room, you can walk around to see the display, or you just move the table to get to the other figures.
Hmm.
Because that's the problem with a diorama, right?
Right.
And a large action scene is like reaching across the table. So you have the table spin, they're in the center, you can walk through them, and then the walls, you don't have shelves on the walls because that's passe. Everybody does that.
Hmm.
Instead, you either put artwork on the walls, or even better, you paint the walls with like your Transformers theme, or maybe
Hmm.
the whole room is painted like the inside of the Ark or something like that.
So
Right? Maybe
I'm
yeah,
gonna
go
interrupt you
go.
because you said something about paintings or pictures on the walls around, right?
Yeah.
So I had to redo my son's room, right? But I actually had these pictures in his room. That's something that I gotta put up soon. And it's funny how you mentioned about your display. I want to see if this looks kind of familiar to you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love
Yeah.
that. I love it.
Like that. That's a cool image. I've always
This
liked that
that's
one.
basically that's what Spin has been trying to say. Like that's what he wants his display to look like. He just wants that in actual figures.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's why I went to go get this.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And that would be a great display. Is exactly that. Like so, here's something you could
Hold
frame.
on, wait. That's your Autobot, and here's your Decepticon.
I've never seen that one.
Give him a full screen. I haven't seen that one either.
You're gonna see a reflection of my lamp there in the background, but
No, it's nice. It's nice though.
Mhm.
Maybe I've seen that. So you know what you could do, Spin. So back to Spin's point, right? Is like that whole layout, with the exception. So I'm looking at it now on. There's a delay on the live stream on YouTube. So on my big screen, I got it on there, and I was looking at there. I think that in Legend scale, I think all those Decepticons are available except for the deluxe Insecticons.
Mhm.
So what you could do is you could take that picture that Orlati just showed, those Decepticons. Hold on, Orlati.
hold on, wait.
Orlati. Just wait.
I think they have the
Just
Legends
wait.
Decepticons.
I said the deluxe Insecticons.
Oh no.
All right. No need to interrupt me with inaccurate commentary.
Hold on.
No, but listen, Orlati, you'll like this idea. You'll like this idea.
I'm listening.
You could have that framed photograph on top of a dresser, and on the dresser you get yourself some wires and some styrofoam, and buy all those figures in Legends, and you could reenact that exact display in those poses, and those Decepticon poses have them in 3D, like jumping out, on top of your dresser, and then have that frame picture behind it.
Yeah.
That would be an awesome display. You probably might pay under $2,000 for those characters, maybe. If you were buying them from scratch, and then you could have like an amazing looking display.
Mike, I was gonna ask the artwork. Is it like by the same artist for both the Autobot and the Decepticons?
Looks like it.
Yeah, they are. I actually have a couple of more as well too. I could.
Let me see the Autobot one again. There's something that I noticed between the two.
Okay, do a full screen. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
I love this picture.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Right.
frame it a little better. Yeah, there you go. That's nice.
I know it's because of the reflection from my laptop.
No, it's okay. We're just trying to get the whole picture.
That
There
better?
you go. You got it.
Okay,
Got
I've memorized the Autobot one. And let me see the Decepticon one.
Okay.
I like how he says he memorized it. I'm gonna quiz him after all where each figure is.
Then what I had the picture that I had in the middle between these two is actually the Decepticons and Autobots attacking each other. I'll go grab that. Is that okay?
Okay,
is that better?
actually, there's something really interesting with the Decepticon one. Okay, so
That
I
one better?
memorized the Decepticon one.
I'm gonna quiz you, Spid. So make sure you memorized it.
Okay, quiz me.
No,
Okay,
go
I'll
ahead.
be right back. I'm gonna grab the other one that I put in the middle between these two. So I'll
Cool.
be right back. I'm gonna grab that one.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Spin. You had some comments. What did you want him to hear? What are your observations on these pictures so far?
No, I'll hold that. Well, actually, I'll wait till he brings his, and then I'll tell you my observation after your questions, because maybe your quiz may tie in with what I'm thinking.
Doesn't. Where were Top Spin and Twin Twist on the Autobot picture?
Where were they?
Yeah, where in the composition?
That I couldn't answer because I wasn't looking in terms of location. I'm
You said
looking at.
you said you memorized it.
Yeah, I'm in terms of who's in the picture, but not in terms of like where they're located in the picture.
All right. Was Top Spin and Twin Twist in the picture?
That I'm not sure. There's other
Okay,
characters.
hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Murder Prime, you just failed. Not only did you fail, you said you were memorizing it, and I told you I was going to test you, and I told you 3 times I was going to test you, maybe only twice, but you failed the test.
I'm looking at different. I'm looking at different elements of both pictures.
No, you said you memorized the thing, and then I asked you where the figures were, where the characters were. You said I didn't memorize where they were. I just memorized what characters were in each picture, and then you didn't.
All right.
Now, never mind. Tell us what your observations were. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Orlati's not here. He's not even going to listen to your answer anyway.
Well, he's back.
He's here.
I want to see this third picture and see if it even ties in with what my observation between the two images.
You better have an actual observation, because if when it comes time for you to reveal your observation, you have a blank download, you're gonna have built this up for nothing.
You know what? you guys are making me doing a lot of work today, man. And I was supposed to, go to bed. But anyway, since I love you guys, here's the
Do you know
the picture.
how hard Spin has been working? He basically ran this whole show by himself, and then there was somebody in the comments who was shouting at him for not reading that person's comments fast enough, like as if there's nobody else on the show.
If you guys had to deal with what I had to deal with today, traffic, Blue Jays.
Traffic. Try dealing with Professor D all day. Trust me.
That is a tough one.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what I had in the middle.
Nice.
So I had the two gangs on the side, and then them meeting in the middle after.
Oh, that's an interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that one before. That one's interesting.
Really interesting composition too. The way they managed to center Prime and Defensor,
Yeah.
and then they got the Decepticons and Autobots on either side. That is a very unusual composition. Like usually it's like Autobots one side, Decepticons the other side.
And
This
in
is really
terms
cool.
of you know what, this well, I guess the question is this the same artist as the other two images? Or I'm
Yeah, they
guessing
are.
for all three.
Oh, they're all they're.
You know, he already answered that question, Spin. You're trying to like compete with Orlati now for like? Come on.
Well,
we're
I
just
mean,
busting balls, D. We're busting balls. Come on, bro. Take it easy.
I mean, with that third image,
He
the
already
question,
told you, Spin. It's from the same artist.
It's all
the,
the
the
same
question,
artist.
the
Now
question
listen.
I would say
No, the
is,
question is who is the artist? That's the only legitimate question after you ask the question 3 times.
I have
who
a
is the
signature at
artist?
the bottom, but I don't.
And number 2 is that the Dreamwave art or IDW art? I think it's Dreamwave.
I don't know. I don't know.
Somehow that doesn't quite look. It looks almost like Dreamwave. There's a certain characteristic to their art, style.
I think. Why don't we check? Why don't we check the artist? What's the artist name? And then Google who's the Dreamwave artist. My guess is that's the same artist.
I don't. Where's the signature? The signature is covered, guys. In the front.
How dare you, Orlati? You have all this artwork from this artist, and you don't even know the guy's name. That's very
I know,
disrespectful.
right? What a freaking idiot I am. It's like, if you can tell, it's like right here, but it's like.
Did you buy those?
Yeah, I bought them at Fan Expo.
Were they already framed?
No, I framed them. It's a metal
The
frame.
first letter looks like Dan, like
Dan the
first
man
name.
from
Dan the man.
Transformer Land.
You know,
Well,
Anthony would be very disappointed in us if he was here.
I know.
Well, he would have told us the artist, the year it came out, the concept behind it.
Yeah.
Instead, we just act like we don't have Google, even though we're live streaming.
But what's it called? Yeah. So, and then I have the exact same concept in Transformer Prime. So it again, there's a Decepticon Prime, Autobot Prime, and then them meeting in the middle, fighting.
That's dope.
So
Well, I would say with the third image is, you know, what concept was the artist going with in terms of what characters they used in that image. Because they have Prowl and Red Alert, you know, but then they left out like a few of the other main known Autobots. You know, and then same with the Decepticons. But for the first 2 images, I was thinking in terms of timeline, where for the Decepticons, they have basically the season 1 characters, but then they included the deluxe Insecticons, which rarely get included in many of the artwork. But then for the Autobots, they added Omega Supreme, who's not in season 1. You know, and so the Autobots is all season 1, season 2. The Decepticons is just primarily season 1 with the deluxe Insecticons.
Mike's just a connoisseur of G1 Transformer.
It's not that he's a connoisseur. It's not that he's a connoisseur. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. How about this? How about those paintings or those pictures that he drew are just freaking awesome, and I bought them.
No, they're cool.
They look great.
it was just noticing the differences between in a sense, it's like if you painted this picture and I'm like, okay, this is the concept for the Decepticons, why didn't he go with that same concept for the Autobots? I mean, the pictures look cool. That's regardless of what I was noticing between the two.
Orlati, you are missing the golden moment here.
No, I was leaving it for you.
No, listen. Rather than being upset that Spinister is criticizing your pictures, getting all in your feelings, you should be excited. You'd be excited because this is the first ever time Spinister of his own accord is actually doing a murder prime.
Well, where's our murder prime background? Hello.
Yeah, Spin. Can you criticize?
Thank you.
Yeah. Now give yourself a full screen spin and repeat what you said about those pictures, but make sure people know that the guy is fucking up. Go ahead.
I pity the fool.
You already said it for me.
No, full screen. You got to go.
I'm not giving myself a full screen.
Full screen murder crime. You made Calvin do it. You got to be look. What kind of leader makes other people do the shit and not do it themselves? Go.
There you go. You forget I got control too.
That is funny. Okay, so for my murder prime moment, why did the artist do different? Why for the Autobots he picked?
Spin, look in the camera. Look in the camera. Don't look down. Don't be
all right,
up.
looking at the camera.
Let Dan know he's been fucking up. All right, tell Dan what he did wrong. Go ahead, full screen. Let's start over. This just did.
This just did. Okay, so my point to Dan is why did you mix up the two seasons between the images that you painted or designed for the Autobots and the Decepticons? For the Autobots, you put in season 1 and season 2. For the Decepticons, you only put in season 1 and then added the deluxe Decepticons, thinking that nobody would notice.
Which is the first thing we noticed, Dan. Like, who do you think you're messing with here? Murder motherfucking Prime. You're gonna pull the wool. You think you're gonna pull the wool over on us just because you get paid by Dreamwave? Those motherfuckers going out of business. We're the new motherfucking. We're the game in town. All right. Well, we have our eyes on you, Dan, and you need to repaint those pictures with the proper characters. So says me, DJ Spinister. Just move your lips. So says
That's why I did that. That's why I did that. Yo, you hit it right. You hit it right on the right on top. I love it. That's why I
by
do that.
the way, Prime Time on YouTube says pretty good show.
So we're back to paraphrasing comments again.
When in Rome, motherfuckers.
Now, if I was Dan, you know what I'd be saying right now?
You'd be saying, "How can I get on this show?"
No, you'd be saying,
"And where do I subscribe?"
You'd be saying, "Motherfuckers."
Yes.
No, he's saying, "Motherfuckers." Did I got Mike's money? And then you guys are gonna say, "Yeah," and he's gonna say, "And that's why."
And that's why.
That's why.
So at that point, he did a murder Megatron on us.
Well, let's not say us, because I stole his artwork and I proudly display it on my 75-inch monitor in my Transformers room.
You know what he's gonna do now? He's gonna go back, rewind it, do like a
screen capture.
Yeah, screen capture, and then you just gonna crop it, and there you go.
No, but I already have it. I downloaded those pictures. Like, the reason why I know those images is because I downloaded them and I just have them there.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. We had like those on our desktop in the studio from like, what was it, like 2000?
These ones?
Yeah, the Autobot one.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Dreamwave art. I think it came out like in that era.
Okay.
That's my guess just by looking at the style. I didn't read any of those comics. Spin, I thought you had actually read or you had some of the Dreamwave, because I feel like you're the one who even told me that they had made a Dreamwave, that they made like a new Transformers comic, and I feel like this might have been mid-2000s.
Well, but the funny part is,
no, I showed it in one of the streams. Like, I have like I think the first 2 or 3 issues, and I didn't even remember I had them.
What year did those come out?
So I bought those. Hold on, I bought those pictures and
probably around early 2000s. Sorry, in the spring.
No, I bought these images or these paintings or drawings, whatever you want to call them, in 2010.
Therefore, you don't think that the art was done by the artist in the early 2000s?
No, it could have. Sure. But I'm just letting you know that I bought these. It's just funny because I bought these in 2010, and these things could have came out in 2000, 2005, whatever. I'm like, damn.
Well, that's what it's like when you're a good artist. Your art isn't trash after 5 years.
Yeah.
That's Picasso.
Today.
I don't know if Picasso could hold a candle to Dan. Dan's pretty good.
Hey, Dan is the man.
I do believe that's what they say.
From Transformer Land.
I'm not sure about that part.
Yeah, that's a.
I'm not sure if that comes standard. Listen, this has been a great show. Somebody stole my hat. Transformers.
Your cat stole your hat.
Oh, the cat came back for the hat.
All right.
The very next
Clearly,
day.
you guys are up past your bedtime at this point with these kind of comments.
Well, we're trying to keep it Transformer wise, right? Because someone gave a shit for not talking about Transformer.
Yeah, I don't think "Cat Stole Your Hat" qualifies as Transformer dialogue.
Well, your hat has an Autobot logo on it.
That's right. So if you said, you know, the cat, which is a Ravage, is a Decepticon, stole the hat because it has an Autobot insignia. That would be Transformers related.
Okay. Or you could have said your cat's name is Cheetor.
That's not today's thing.
No.
I thought you hit the end button there for a second. I was like,
I
was like, okay.
we got to get.
That was a good one. Finally, you did a good one. We're still going.
Look, we're having a good time, but we're at 4 hours right now. So, like, whenever we hit a good punchline, like, somebody needs to cut this shit off.
So are we to cut this shit off and then do like a nighttime?